Who built Britain's railways?
Look out! Look out! This...
Oh, Jesus! I say. By the way, I have my own train here. Look at that. Isn't that fun? And I have sweets which I can load on and deliver to any particularly interesting answers this evening. So there's an extra incentive. However,
this is turning into my perfect house. More toast, please.
Wallace and Gromit. But you have first to address the question of who built our railways.
Richard
Branson. Oh.
No, it's not elephants. Large creatures were trained to trample down areas of Britain to be very, very flat. The railway mouse.
Well, you're right, actually. That because... Well...
Sweet! That's a treat. That's a treat.
You're right, actually, comma, in saying... in saying that railways had to be flat in the days when they were built in Britain, which were the very earliest days because we were the country that invented the steam locomotive and the railway system, and they weren't powerful enough engines to go up hills or to go even really round bends, so they had to be straight and they had to be flat.
Were they built by the wrong type of builder?
Well, at the time, they thought they were the much-mocked navvy. They were called navvies. They were mostly Irish.
Yes,
and they were an extraordinary example of man muscle. They really were. It took a year to train a navvy.
Whoa,
you fed them on meat and beer. No Dagenham smiles there, very tightly done trousers. And they...
A Dagenham smile?
The Birmingham to London track took 5 years to build and was the equivalent in work of building 1.5 Great Pyramids. It was an astonishing feat. Astonishing. These people were incredible. As I say, it took a year to train them. They lived on beer and meat, and they could outperform any other manual labourer. I mean, farm workers would be exhausted after a quarter of a day that the navvies could do.
I hear once that the Trans-Siberian Railway, which was meant to be a straight line, the Tsar got a ruler and he said, I want the railway perfectly straight, like this. And he got the ruler and he drew a line like that, but his fingers were over the edge. And in a couple of places, it did a big sort of detour like that. He went, build me that, go away, you, like that. And they went, oh, we better build it like he said. So they had to build 2 very big curves,
That's a lovely thought again.
That's a lovely thought.
I'd always assumed that the first railways that was...
All very well. Hey! We've got a sweet.
Let's get someone on the scene and go straight there now to see what's happening. It's absolute pandemonium, Stephen.
Oh, you had your sweet yet?
I haven't had it yet.
Oh, I'm not very good at being a back controller.
The right place. Can't be a virgin training.
Why, for a sweet and a point, why are they called navvies?
Navigational engineers.
Oh, very good, very good. I'm so impressed.
Is that right?
They were responsible for digging what were called the internal navigation system, which was the canals. That's how they first came over, for digging canals. And then when the railway arrived, they did all the embankments and the tunnels and the extraordinary earth movement involved. There were horses we used for taking away the spoil, but everything else was human muscle.
Elephants as well, did you realise?
No elephants were used in the making of that railway line.
There were, just little ones. So London to Birmingham, or Birmingham to London, was the equivalent of, what, 1.5 pyramids?
1.5 Great Pyramids, supposedly.
If only we'd put that to a vote, we would have had 1.5 pyramids. Didn't mean just a half a pyramid, we just thought we'd leave it.
We have the top half of the pyramid.
That's a pyramid. That's a pyramid, the top half, isn't it? It's only if the bottom half...
That's what I would choose.
It's an odd platform. So just keep slicing your pyramids.
Can't have a seat. There you are.
Gentlemen.
Oh, no!
Thank you very much.
Purses.
Who is the only athlete in the history of the Olympic Games to get a personal mention in the closing ceremony?
Achilles?
No, we're talking about the modern Olympiads.
Paula Radcliffe.
Olympus.
Eddie
Not
the Eagle.
Paul Radcliffe.
Jesse
Sorry?
Owens.
Eddie the Eagle.
Eddie the Eagle is the right answer. What year was it?
92? 88?
88 is right. 88 is absolutely right. And what was his discipline?
Ski jumper.
He embodied the spirit.
He kind of just
Didn't
fell off
he?
the end of it,
Yeah.
didn't
Didn't
he?
he embody the
There
spirit?
he is.
Yes, there was nothing wrong with it. Look at this. Could you do
I
this?
couldn't do that.
And they all laughed at him. Look, why?
Well, you didn't laugh at little Titch, you did much the same.
No, you do this.
Yeah, if he could put his own hat on, that would be different.
Juan Antonio Samaranch, the leader of the IOC, he said, at this Olympic Games, some competitors, he probably said, but I'm going to go on any further, have won gold and some have broken records, and one has even flown like an eagle.
Flown like an eagle.
Like an eagle. Aguila. But sadly, they then legislated so that people like Eddie would not be able to participate anymore. They said that in order to participate in the Olympics, you had to be in the top 30% in your international competition, or one of the top 50 of the world, whichever. And so it closed the gate on inspired amateurs like Eddie, which is surely against the spirit of the Olympics. I mean, bless him, he had to wear glasses which frosted up. He was in a country which has no ski jumps. In England. He was just practising without having any ski jumps to practice on.
Just coming off the roof of his house.
Well, basically, I think he probably was. Why was he picked for the team, though?
Because there wasn't anyone else.
Yeah, because he was the only one who volunteered, which I think is absolutely wonderful. But they've done so. Now, who else was there who was double E? Not just Eddie the Eagle. There was another one a few years later. Do you remember?
Oh, there was a swimmer.
Eric the Eel. Eric
that's
the
right.
Eel from Equatorial Guinea.
People had to hang around. They were putting the lights out.
Well, bless him. When he arrived, I'm not wishing to sound patronising, but I just said bless him, so there's no way out. But he said he only learnt to swim 8 months before the Olympic Games. And he'd never seen an Olympic pool before he stood on the edge of one.
Got sitting and went, bloody hell. Miles!
Oh, well, there you are. It's right. It's Eddie the Eagle, who, despite his acknowledged entertainment value, resulted in a rule called the Eddie the Eagle rule that excluded colourful amateurs from the Olympics. Hard to imagine anything less in keeping with the original ethos. Why didn't they build a railway at Slough?
Slough?
Why not?
The town where I grew up?
Is there no station in Slough?
Well, there is now, I suspect, is there?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
But there's no railway.
It's a start.
When the railway was being built through that particular part of Buckinghamshire, they were told they couldn't build a station at Slough. In fact, what happened was they would disregard it by stopping, and people would get on and off, and they would sell tickets in the pub. But who was it who said, we won't have a station here? What school is nearby?
Oh.
Yes.
I do know it. It's Eton.
Eton.
Eton College, of course, is there. And yes, they thought the boys would be tempted to go into London. There they are. Bless them.
And take drugs.
And, well, visit prostitutes and so on.
What about the first thing they do? There's a train. Prostitutes!
I'd like a prostitute super saver, please.
That's
But
why...
this prostitute seems to be a woman.
Bloody hell, Asher. It's seriously unfair. Come on, actually.
What am I meant to do with
really.
these?
No, come on.
Oh, really?
No. There was a traveller's handbook that advised women should put pins in their mouth when trains went into a tunnel so men didn't kiss them. To protect themselves from unwanted kissing, they put a pin in their mouth.
It's very sweet, though, to think that kissing would be the first thing that men would...
They come out of the tunnel and the bloke's got a pin in his cock.
It's a very direct approach you've got to court. I'll just pop this in her mouth. And she'll come round, I'm sure, yeah.
Oh, my God. It's dark. She won't even know it's me.
Magnet! Magnet! Anyone a magnet?
Here's a big question. In 1903, Thomas Alva Edison released a movie whose title consisted of 3 words, 2 of which begin with E. What was it, and who starred in it?
I know, we've nearly forgotten them, but here it is.
Oh, elephant in the room. Well, you are absolutely right. It was actually called Electrocuting an Elephant. He made a film in which an elephant was electrocuted. Hooray! You win those points.
How many points?
10 points.
Oh, 10 points.
Now, why would Edison want to electrocute an
He wanted to
elephant?
electrocute the biggest thing he could find to show that he was the best at electrocuting.
Well, actually, it was the reverse, you see. He believed that his direct current was safe and wouldn't hurt people and didn't electrocute. He wanted to destroy the reputation of alternating current, which was owned by Westinghouse. So he used the word Westinghouse to mean electrocuted. And this elephant, Topsy, was sentenced to death on Coney Island because Topsy had killed 3 human beings and was going to be hanged or was going to be poisoned. What was going to happen to Topsy? I know. It's quite a picture, isn't it? And... poor elephant. So Edison won the right to electrocute him in public to show how dangerous it was. This thing you're letting into your homes will kill an elephant. And he filmed it as a PR film.
Yeah, it's like
to
a
show
snuff
people.
film.
A snuff film, exactly. Yeah. He gave it 460 grams of cyanide of potassium in carrots. He had wooden sandals lined with copper put on her feet. She was a she-elephant, I'd say. And then a current of 6,600 volts sent through her body. She died without a trumpet or a groan, apparently. And he filmed the event, tried to persuade people to refer to electrocution as being Westinghoused.
He just went nuts and trampled the...
No, he hid in their rooms when they came home. He jumped out. And he got away with it for months.
Wearing a Jason mask.
Nobody would have caught him. He'd have
Cunning
few
disguise.
telltale signs around the flat.
Big elephant-shaped hole in the wall.
Yeah.
The first murder on Topsy's hands was killing a trainer who frankly deserved to die because this trainer gave a lit cigarette to eat.
He killed him.
Yeah. Quite right, yeah. Don't do that again. Yeah.
I like the sound of Topsy.
Yeah.
Don't mess with her, she's a bit temperamental.
Do you know that some elephants are evolving now that don't have tusks? Did you know that? Because the ones with tusks get poached, right, get shot. So the ones that with smaller tusks, right, don't get shot. So that gene of the small tusk gene lives on more frequently, and eventually elephants are going. And there's elephants being born now that don't grow tusks.
I like that. I like it.
And there's some tigers now that have been made of Axminster.
Now stop it. Nice animals, really. Not as sexy as certain horses, but... The last words of General Sedgwick in The Wilderness of Spotsylvania.
He hasn't got a mouth. So there weren't any words at all, unless he wrote them down.
In a convenient bubble that he carried around with him.
Maybe he had a little notebook of bubble-shaped things and he just...
I'll tell you that the year is 1864. What war was going on then?
Franco-Prussian War.
That was a tiny bit later.
The 100 years, 30 years, 25 years.
Civil, American Civil War.
The American Civil War. So we're
American
talking
Civil
about
War.
a... Yeah, well done. Thank you for cutting that
The
off.
American Civil War.
It is the American Civil War. That was not, however, the question.
Spotsylvania is in near to Pennsylvania.
It's Virginia, in fact. It's in the state of Virginia. He was actually with 100,000 of his own men. He was a part of the Union, the Yankee Army, facing 52,000 Confederate troops.
Oh.
And they were just getting ready for the battle. And there were snipers.
Was he saying easy?
Almost that equivalent. It was hubris. It was one of the most extraordinary last words ever
This will be
spoken.
over in 5 minutes.
We'll be back in time for Deal or No Deal.
Let me tell you now that you could have played your elephant cards.
Well, I will then.
Nah.
Too late.
He actually said, why are you dodging like this? They couldn't hit an elephant at this dist. And he was shot under the left eye and fell down dead without finishing the word distance.
Ooh, you'd be annoyed, wouldn't you? You'd be livid. You'd be shiny eye, that's annoying to start with. And you look a fool.
Exactly.
Cheered up the troops, though, I'd imagine. I imagine they probably found that irony quite funny, as that...
Troops will. They have that sort of sense of humour.
They do, don't they? The lower orders.
He was known as Uncle John. He was very popular. Ulysses S. Grant mourned his death, said it was worse than the loss of a division. He was the highest-ranking Union officer of any kind to die in the war.
Do you think famous last words are accurate? Because I think they lie a lot of the time. It's always something incredibly witty. Like, you know, dying, that's the last thing I shall do. Whereas, in fact, I imagine they said that about 4 days before they died, and the last thing they said was, nurse! Nurse, it's happening again, I'm scared!
You're probably right. No one got either their elephant point. It may not be the only elephant bonus this
Let's hope
game.
not.
I think you'd spent your elephant bonus at the very start.
Well, that's true. There are extra points if you can tell me. I mentioned Ulysses S. Grant, the great general of the Union Army. What did the S stand for?
Sausage.
I'd so like to tell you that that was
Simon, Stephen, Stephanie,
Steam,
Simone,
Steamboat.
Spanky, Spanky Grant.
Sugar tits. Sugar tits. You can see, I mean, the S works. Sugar tits didn't work at all. Follow me, man. All right, sugar tits.
No, actually, the S in Ulysses S. Grant stood for nothing at all. One of the biggest problems faced by explorers, as you can probably imagine, is that of language. Alan and Bill, I would like you two to imagine that you are two of the Pilgrim Fathers who've arrived on the Mayflower in the coast of the United States or America.
Right.
And I would like Rich and Sean to imagine you are Native Americans who meet them. How, you can use sign language if you like, would you communicate?
I would immediately read from the Book of Common Prayer. Hail, savage.
Hi, how are you?
What's that, Toby jug?
Yes.
Where's the pub?
Foaming pint of beer.
Hubbity, huppatimity, etimity, never mind the buzzcocks. Jonathan Creek. Habate tata, I can't believe my eyes.
Not just never mind the buzzcocks, other things as well. Do stand up. Ha 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 ha. Piano. Playing in hotels.
You think you're the first explorers here, don't you? Where do you think these eyeglasses came from?
The extraordinary thing is, between them, Rich and Bill are absolutely right. The first thing said by one of the Native Americans who met the Plymouth Brethren was, could I have some beer? In English. He asked for beer in English.
The Indian did?
Yes. He spoke fluent English. He'd crossed the Atlantic 6 times. This was in 1620. America had been visited by others. The Pilgrim Fathers were not the first people to land in America by any means.
It's a trick question, wasn't it?
Yeah, his name was Squanto, the best known of them.
Yes.
But this particular one was called Samoset, and he spoke very good English.
Somerset.
What did he say then? Get off my land!
Have you got some cider?
You bloody Pilgrim Fathers, get off my land!
He learned his English from fishermen and from his friend
And the
Squanto.
archers.
And from the archers, probably, as well.
Sure. Are you buzzcocks? That's what he said.
But instead of getting beer, he got cheese and a bit of duck. And they both helped the Pilgrim Fathers survive their first year because they had nothing to eat when they arrived. And all there was Maine lobster, which is now a delicacy, but they thought was hideous.
But they were in terrible strife, weren't they? And they were about to starve.
Yeah.
And then they said, well, actually, you can... here's some turkey.
Yes.
And the full...
And some cranberries.
And then they killed them all. With guns.
Unfortunately, yes. There was 50 years of peace, though. In fact, Squanto brokered a peace that lasted for 50 years. They lived together very happily. He was an interesting fellow, Squanto. He was kidnapped from his village by a British captain around 1605, which was 15 years before the Mayflower sailed. And he lived in England for 9 years. And then he returned home on another British ship. Then another British captain kidnapped him and tried to sell him into slavery in Spain. He was rescued by some Spanish friars, escaped back to London, took ship again, this time to Newfoundland, found it was too far to walk home, so he sailed all the way back to England. The following year, he signed up for an exploratory expedition to New England and crossed the ocean again. By the time he had crossed the Atlantic 6 times, he was fluent in English. They say of the Acropolis, where the Parthenon is, they They say of the Acropolis where
Those
the
are the magic
Parthenon
words.
is. They say of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is that they.
It turns out they didn't say anything at all. I think it might
They say of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is.
Everyone!
They say of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is. They say of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is. They say where the Parthenon is. Fight!
Bloody hell, Stephen. This better be good.
Moving on. So, Triglyph is a remnant of the stone.
Sorry, I've just got a question. What do they say about the Acropolis where the Parthenon is?
They say.
What do they say? What do they say?
He's going to say, 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 he's going to say.
What do they say
About the Acropolis where the Parthenon is.
Can I write it down? Read it, it says it there.
Well, you've got to tell us now.
They say of the Acropolis where the that there are no straight lines. Damn, that hurt.
Do they?
Yeah. Whatever. More tangible now, however. How did loo paper help to win the Cold War?
Was there a shortage of loo paper in the eastern part of the world? And
There was a
Yes.
shortage of loo paper behind the Iron Curtain.
The loo paper was made in America, let's say, and then they didn't let the Russians have any, so they were confused.
That would have been clever, but what happened is the Russians instead used documents and all kinds of things for loo paper because there was nothing else to use. And an operation called Operation Tamarisk meant that the spies behind the Iron Curtain had to go into these bins and find the paper that had been used, because it wasn't soluble like lavatory paper, so it couldn't be used in the sewage system, so it was just thrown out in bins.
Gone right off spying now.
Yeah, you see?
I think it's quite glamorous.
It's not all glamour, I'm afraid, because in military hospitals, the paper refuse that they went through also contained amputated limbs. And the spies were complaining to their handlers back in America and the UK and France and said, you know, this is horrible, we've got to go through these bins and there's these amputated limbs, we've got to go through those as well as used lavatory paper. And of course their spy master said, oh, bring back the limbs as well, we want to see what sort of shrapnel they're using. So they had to carry around severed limbs and excreted matter.
So if they stopped going through customs, could you just open the bag?
It's a bit of a shock.
Yes.
Even for a customs officer who's seen everything.
For personal use.
Yeah. But apparently, according to The Hidden Hand by Richard Aldridge, a book that covers this, it says that Operation Tamarisk was very successful. Maybe without it, we'd still have communist Russia. Who knows? How many poles are there at the ends of the Earth?
Oh, now, obviously, now
Well,
there's clearly
that's a
some-
dangerous...
I think maybe there are four. There's the top of the Earth, and then there's the magnetic. What is that? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, it is. I'm getting how many North Poles and South Poles are there in
Two
both?
of each.
So you're saying 4?
I really tried hard.
You did try hard. You've got to use that, but take it further.
8.
Have another go.
Oh, no, I've blown all my elephant points now. 16.
It's 11. I know it sounds bizarre, but I'll try and take you through them. The two geographic poles, as they're known, North and South geographic pole, that's where the Earth's axis of rotation meets the surface, as it were. So that's, you know, pretty obvious. You'd think. There's the Earth, it's spinning round, you know. There's the...
I'm just saying... I'm just not sure whether that's the best mime you could have done.
Right.
Where the geographical pole where this happens.
I was trying to be looking like it's going round the...
Is that what happens when you get there, sir, is it?
Oh, well, look, OK. There are the two geographic poles.
Yes.
There's the geomagnetic poles, where the Earth's magnetic dipole meets the surface.
Obviously.
Yeah. There are magnetic poles where geomagnetic field lines point vertically into the ground in that way that electrical fields and magnetic fields do. Yes.
I want to go home now.
All right. You can't. We're going to get through these. Girls never like the physics. It's odd.
Please, I feel sick, sir.
Even Polar Guy, who's kind of into this as a topic, has dozed off at this stage.
There we are. There are 11 poles, 2 geographic north and south poles, 2 magnetic poles, 2 geomagnetic poles, 2 poles of inaccessibility, 2 celestial poles and 1 ceremonial south pole. What quite interesting object is at the very end of the Earth?
Telford Town Centre. Although I would argue about the interesting bit.
At the bottom of Patagonia?
It's right down there, yes. It's the southern pole of inaccessibility.
Ooh, is it the off switch?
To stop it spinning.
Plug hole.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's most unusual. It's a bust.
There's a bust.
There's a bust.
Oh, worth going then.
Yeah. In the sense not of a pair of breasts, but in the sense of a sort of head and shoulders and front bit of a human being.
No, we didn't really think there was a big pair of tits.
It's of a living 20th century person, now dead.
A man.
Yeah.
Stalin.
Oh, the one before.
Lenin.
Vladimir Ilyich Lenin is there, right in the middle.
My
It's just
word.
bizarre. This southern pole of inaccessibility is more remote and hard to reach than the geographical South Pole. And in this very year, the destination was reached by a team of 4 Britons called Team N2I, Rory Sweet, Rupert Longston, Henry Cookson and Paul Landry. And we have one of this expedition in the audience. Mr.
Is it Lenin?
No. Mr. Rupert Longston is here. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that bizarre? Phenomenal. Rupert, how far did you actually have to travel? Because there was no mechanical power, was it?
No mechanical power. We travelled 1,100 miles in total. Some of it was cross-country skiing and then kite skiing.
Was it cold?
When that picture was taken, I think it was minus 60 degrees Celsius.
What do you eat?
Food was
food.
fairly repetitive. It was chocolate, cheese, salami, pasta, lots of it. And one day towards the end, when we'd been eating the same thing for about 40 days, we played laxative roulette. And with one person had laxatives in their food, we didn't know who.
Well, I bet you did.
Not straight away. The consequences were quite obvious after a while.
Does it freeze as it comes
out?
Does it form a shard of shit?
When did the Russians put that there?
1958.
Good Lord. Rupert Longston, congratulations on doing an extraordinary first and being very, very foolhardy and very brave and very brilliant.
Clearly not an extraordinary first. There was a statue there when they
No.
arrived.
They went under their own power. No one had ever done that before. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Rupert. Thank you. That's amazing.
I like the idea of that, though, the idea of going and doing that with no mechanical device whatsoever. His moon mission's going to be amazing. Give me a man up a ladder going, this is madness.
My next question is about emigration. From 1884 onwards, what was the first man-made object that was seen by immigrants arriving at New York?
Yeah? It's the Statue of Enlightenment of Liberty, but it wasn't built. It's the island.
I think it's Ellis Island. Is it?
Not Ellis Island. There's an island before you get to Liberty Island or Ellis Island.
It's QI Island, one which was placed there.
Very famous. And you've missed your chance because it's Coney Island and it would have been an elephant. A vast man-made elephant was the first sight that greeted immigrants before they could see, even once they, there it is, on Coney Island.
We're never going to get that,
It's a hotel with 32 rooms, built by a man called
So America
Lafferty.
knew what they were letting themselves in.
Yeah, and that was there even before the Statue of Liberty.
2 years before the Statue of Liberty, but even after the Statue of Liberty, you would have seen it before it.
So if people come in, the first thing we see is Statue of Liberty, but it looks different close up, doesn't it?
The elephants of liberty.
female. It's got
Observation tower's all wrong.
Rather bizarrely, this man, Lafferty, was given a patent. He was the only man allowed to make animal-shaped buildings for 17 years in America.
He needn't have worried, really, did he?
Well, he did burn down, then he had another one, which still lasted, and is the largest elephant in the world, called Lucy. But it was also a brothel, this hotel. You can see it's and it gave rise to a common expression, going to see the elephant in New York, which meant, you know, going to see a lady of easy virtue.
Was it entirely a brothel?
Not entirely a brothel, but it was a pretty sleazy... I mean, Coney Island was a pretty sleazy place, I think.
My family went over to America in the 19th century.
What was the first thing they saw when they got there?
That elephant. And my grandmother moved directly in there onto the 4th floor. But no, I went to Ellis Island, and I mean, the amount of names you would not believe there. When you go through that list, because I try to find my relatives' names, and it's impossible. There's billions of names there. So I fled. And then, most interestingly, just around the bottom there, by the Statue of Liberty, my wife had a hot dog ripped from her lips by a seagull. But do you know what? She had it in for me for the rest of the day, and I never really understood that. Like I was commanding the seagull.
It's a man's job to protect his bitch from seagulls. But the first thing that immigrants saw in America was a giant elephant-shaped brothel, which must have seemed promising on so many levels. How does the love bomb work?
I turn up and I get on with it. Is a love bomb a bottom noise that can be made whilst you're making love? You know that sometimes you're enjoying something, and then all of a sudden, you know it's a bit awkward, and you pretend you haven't heard it.
Rob, can I remind you of something?
I like the fact
your father is in the audience. Just sort of remind... Yeah.
He's up there going, that's my boy. You're putting Wales on the map, Robert.
This kind of sophisticated humour, you're quite right. So, love bomb.
Lets off something that makes everyone feel loved up. It's like a big ecstasy bomb.
Yeah, you're sort of right. In 1994, the Americans worked on the idea of a bomb that would contain an aphrodisiac. I quote of the plan here, it's been declassified 2 years ago. One distasteful but completely non-lethal example would be strong aphrodisiacs, especially if the chemical also caused homosexual behaviour. Oh, the idea was to make the troops...
That's the best example we can find. Homosexual behaviour.
What have you been putting in my tea, then?
The idea was that they would all start loving each other up instead of fighting. Did Queen Victoria think of Mr. Bean? Yes.
We are not amused.
So soon. Straight in. Albert would have liked it because it was German, and the Germans are mad for Bean.
That's true.
I was on a Lufthansa flight once, and everyone was howling with laughter all around me with headphones in. I couldn't understand why, and I looked, and they were all watching Bean.
Yeah.
They'd love it.
There's a certain efficiency about it. Yeah, this does something and falls over. It's very amusing. Before, he was walking in the straight lines and he walked into the door. He's genius.
This is what happens when you break the rules.
Sometimes I stay up very late.
Can I take this off?
Of course you can take it off on thing, yes. Is it uncomfortable?
They all lock.
It's Sean Locke!
I suspect it's not that Mr. Bean.
No,
is there another Mr. Bean?
It was a man called John Bean, who was one of 3 people who tried to do something to Queen Victoria just in the 4th year of her reign, when she was a very slip of a thing.
Take her roughly behind the bike sheds.
No, or indeed invent the bicycle and then invent the shed with...
Sell her tea towels door to door.
Kiss her on the mouth.
Quite the other.
Oh,
Kiss her on the arm.
Is that a request? Is that how you phrase it?
If you're the Queen, you can get anything done, can't you, really? You there, kiss me on, all right.
As much as kissing someone is a friendly act, these were unfriendly.
Surely
acts.
he didn't turn down her advances with knockers like this.
How could you? Kicked her in the shins.
No, 3 times in
Tried to
1842
murder her.
they tried to assassinate her, tried to kill her. And there was one called Mr. Bean who had a gun and he filled it with wads of tobacco, which didn't really do much harm.
Was he trying to give her cancer? I'd like the idea of Mr. Bean trying to assassinate someone by clumsiness. You know? Just, making a cup of tea and the whole house collapses, the palace falls down. Everywhere he goes, it's basically a sort of tornado of disaster, isn't it?
Mayhem.
I went in a remote Australian sheep station once and the bloke went, yeah, you ever watched that Mr. Bean? I went, yeah, and he goes, that bloke's a bloody idiot.
That's fabulous.
He goes, yeah, he wouldn't last 5 minutes in the bush. well, no, clearly not.
Yeah. There you are. Why wouldn't a Russian family call their son power station or industrialization?
They're not names, are they?
Because they're not names.
No, they're not
They
names.
are. They are. They were. Whoop, yeah.
They are named.
Why wouldn't they call their
Because
son?
they're girls' names.
Because they're girls' names is the
Girls'
right answer.
names.
Well done. Power station is Elektrostancja, is a girl's name, and Industrializacja is also a girl's name. But if you had a boy, you could call him Combine, which is combine harvester. Or you could call him Dvadstat 3 Fevralia, which is the 23rd of February. But this is actually a tradition in the Russic area, if you like. In Ukraine, their names like Noibie Batko, don't kill me, father. Would you believe?
Is it like the I don't know, it's a Red Indian thing where you come out the wigwam, the first thing you'd see.
Right.
So they'd come out and see a power station.
Do you know what my husband's Native American name is?
What?
Sits in front of telly farting.
Imagine if you said it quickly, it sounds quite nice.
Yeah.
It does.
You call him
Sits in
Tsitsi.
Said it
telefarting.
in a Russian accent.
Yeah, sits in front of telephone.
I like your sort of camp German accent the best.
Oh, shut
And I'd
up.
like you to... Can you just do handy again for me?
What's my handy? What's the best thing to do in a falling lift?
Well, strictly speaking, I don't know, but I'd like to say that I once interviewed a man who had been in a falling lift, and we were investigating the theory, which I know I'll lose points for if I say it out loud, that by jumping up just before it hits the ground, you can sort of say... We were investigating the theory.
It's a very unfair
he was sort of very deadpan about it, and he had survived this experience, and he sort of said that maybe jumping up may have helped, but...
What about making everyone else in the lift lie down so that when you splat on the ground, you're sort of cushioned by that?
This is it. This is more or less what Clive was saying about the thing. It is basically lie on a fat person as you're going down.
No wonder everyone smiles when I get in a lift.
When you get in, you never lie down. It's a long journey.
Which I often do.
Sometimes they give the rather alarming device and bend your knees slightly just so that when you hit the ground, your thigh bones don't go up through your abdomen. But that's pretty unpleasant.
Has this ever happened?
Well,
So
yes and
the
no.
rope snaps and you say, would you mind lying down? Lie on top?
You've only got a couple of seconds to think about
Hurtling
it.
to the ground. First of all, it is a very improbable scenario because multiple cables support every lift, each cable capable of holding the entire lift.
There's no rope, then.
If they were all to go, they have emergency brakes on them, and they have had since, the 1850s and 60s.
Don't you think they should tell people that write thrillers about that?
Yeah, they don't have strange little
They're
vents
always
that you can climb
plunging
up
to the
through.
ground,
Yeah.
aren't they?
But what is it when there are people who are frightened of being in lifts? What are they actually frightened of? Are they frightened of this happening?
Or getting stuck, a kind of claustrophobia mixed with that. In a skyscraper, the lift can achieve speeds of up to 120 miles an hour by the time it hits the bottom. But the problem with jumping is it might take 5 miles per hour off this 120 if you did it. You'd have to time it perfectly. Plus, lifts bounce because there are springs at the bottom. So you'd be in real trouble. You'd bang your head and everything. So, yeah, basically just get the impact cushioned. Who was the first king of both England and Scotland?
James I.
Sir. Is it Canute or something like that?
It's a little later than Canute, but you're right. It's pre-William I. Oh, dear me. That's not how the crown looks, by the way. Maybe when the Queen goes to a British Lions rugby match.
She normally has a couple of Coke cans.
No, because actually James I was the first one to have what was called the Triple Crown of Scotland, Wales, England and Ireland, but not the first to have the double throne of Scotland and England. Who was?
Ethelbert.
That kind of Athel.
King Engelbert. King Engelbert Humperdinck.
Athelstan, King Athelstan, 937
His
AD.
hand. He's got a hand like a Simpson.
It's incredible we didn't know that.
King Constantine II of Scotland submitted to him in 937, as did the kings of Cornwall, Wales and Northumbria, when he became the first king of all Britain, Athelstan. I would also have allowed Edward I, which is wrong, but not as wrong as James I. Where would you put your ladder if you wanted to get into space?
On top of the spaceship, on a rack. A red flag hanging off of it so some other spaceships don't follow you too closely.
It's a conceptual question. How about this? Up against the wall of silence.
You should have railings built round you and people would come and worship you as a kind of modern Buddha. You've got the look, I have to say.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good look.
Thank you very much.
Good Buddha look.
Rural Buddhas.
Yeah.
So there, right? Wisdom and cheap cider.
You're saying where you put the ladder, you'd assume, I suppose, the obvious answer is you'd put it on the highest point, like Everest.
Yes, that wouldn't...
It'd be a bit bumpy, wouldn't it? You couldn't get a good foothold on it.
It's sometimes called a space ladder. It's more commonly called a space elevator. It is a genuine idea that has been worked on, and many people believe would have saved the space program an enormous amount of money in various ways, was to build a huge elevator that goes from Earth and is counterweighted at the other end and spin round incredibly fast. But it would be an equivalent of geostationary orbit at the end of it, and you would have elevators on it that would go up and down.
With a phone that didn't work in it. I'm stuck on the... I'm about 87,000 miles.
There's some
right
kind
beyond
of
Venus.
There's some kind of a door in the roof.
It was Arthur C. Clarke who particularly believed in this thing, but NASA spent a lot of money on it. But the important point is you would have to do it on the equator, where the Earth goes at its fastest. Because it's the bit, you know, like the end of a record goes faster than the middle, obviously.
What about a series of trampolines? Like you have a huge trampoline, and then higher up is another one about half a mile up, and then another one. So it's like a staircase of trampolines going up into space, and then there's a big bouncy castle at the top. And a bloke charging you £1 and you've got to take your shoes off. I'd tell you the best way to get into space, I would tell you, I've just realised it, and it's brilliant. It's just brilliant. I'm going to be so rich. Bubble. A bubble. Get in a bubble, just float up there.
One day.
I mean a big bubble. I'm not talking about those bubbles you've seen. That's not a bubble.
Stupid little one.
Call that a bubble, mate. You're going to see my bubble. No, a big bubble. You get in the bubble and off you go.
Fabulous.
Yeah. Who wants in? Me. This is like the Dragon's Den for cranky ideas.
How about this? You could just imagine.
Oh, Bill. Huh? Bill, that's so beautiful.
It's the wisdom of the rural Buddha.
The Dalai Farmer.
Very good.
Excellent. I've been struggling with that for about 5 minutes. Got to be something in this.
Oh, your synapses are firing beautifully. Use your synapses to fire people into space. Who first put 2 feet on the top of Mount Everest?
Sherpa Tenzing.
Oh, dear.
Edmund Hillary. So what you're saying, they hopped up there, then?
Cliff Richard.
Amazingly, we didn't guess you might say that.
Does it mean someone put an extra rock up there, make it 2 feet higher?
They made it 2 feet higher in a very extraordinary way. How high
They
is...
raised it from the bottom.
29.
That would be laborious. Yeah. How high is Mount Everest?
29,028 feet.
You're absolutely right, down to the last foot. Since 1955, that has been the accepted height of Mount Everest.
It used to be 29,002 feet.
Exactly. But this is very good. But
the applause on What's My Line?
it was... You're getting warmer.
I think it's a man.
Yeah. Let's see whose house it is. So it's Radhanat Sikdar was a mathematician from Bengal who was the first to identify Everest, which used to be known as Peak 15, as the world's highest mountain. And this was in 1852. He used a theodolite from 150 miles away, and he measured it to be exactly 29,000 feet. Exactly 29,000. And he thought no one would believe him. They would think he just rounded up and said, oh, it's about 29,000, you know. But he really... And so he was so annoyed by the fact that it was exactly 29,000, he added 2 feet so that it looked as if he was terribly precise.
Right, yeah.
So he was quite literally the first man to put 2 feet on yeah, silly question, I grant you, but it elicited the fact that you knew the 2 heights that were known of Everest.
Yeah. And
Most impressive.
They will get you work anywhere in the world, those 2 facts. You can travel anywhere and just say, I know 2 things about Everest.
And George Everest, who was he? Why was the mountain named after him?
He kept changing his height.
He was the Surveyor General of India at the time it happened. And in his honour, they called it Mount Everest. But even though it's named after him, it's still wrong to call it Mount Everest. Why would that be?
Because it's not a mountain, it's a hill.
No, it is. If anything's a mountain, I think we can say it is. No, we shouldn't call it Mount Everest because he didn't pronounce his name Everest. He pronounced it Everest.
Everest.
Everest, it should be Mount
George Everest.
George Everest. Yeah. I think I'm right in saying that Churchill's nanny was called Everest.
Nanny Everest.
Yeah.
The tallest nanny.
Nanny! Where are you most likely to get bitten by a vampire?
A 19th century novel.
Pinewood Studios.
Very good. Good answer.
Outside your own house.
Where on the body?
Well, it would have to be some sort of protrusion where blood gathers and is easily accessible through the bedclothes, probably the elbow.
What about in a dark tunnel?
No, but it is a protuberance, as Jimmy pointed out. Big toe.
Big toe? A
Big
vampire
toe
would
is the
bite
most
you on the
likely
toe?
place. There are a number of misconceptions about vampire bats, obviously, but, I mean, we're talking about real vampire bats.
Well, who does your picture?
Aren't they pretty?
Oh, he's a nasty-looking one, isn't
That
he?
is a really ugly
That
animal.
Gary Oldman is a hell of an actor. It's like he really transforms, doesn't he?
It's
I mean, amongst vampire bats, is he regarded as a bit of a looker?
Yeah. If Yoda had accepted the dark side, that's how he would have looked.
Yeah.
But,
That's a very suave-looking bat. Hello.
Would you mind awfully if I nipped you on the toe?
Well, I'm having a few friends over. Would you like a liqueur?
what do they do? How do they ingest their blood? I mean, what do they do?
They bite and sniff it up, swallow it, lick it, slurp it, hide it. Store it, draw it off into...
you think
decant
you are?
it.
Laid down for a couple of years.
Yeah, with the syringe. I mean, they're quite hygienic animals. Small bit of cotton wool, syringe, and then you get a cup of tea and a biscuit. That's how you know you've been bitten.
And a little tiny little plaster.
They do. You're quite right in one sense. They do an anticoagulant and a painkiller, so you're unlikely to know you've been bitten. What they do is they open the skin and the vein, and then they lap at it like a cat. Like that.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but I think a love bomb may have gone off.
Stephen doesn't need a love love bomb to behave like that, you know.
Is it getting hot in here?
Yes, the most likely place to get bitten by a vampire is in the big toe. Suppose you shaved a lion and a tiger till they were both as bald as an egg. How would you tell which was which? Fingers on buzzers for this. Yes.
The tiger would be exactly the same size, but the lion would be the size of a squirrel, because it's mainly hair.
It'd be mane and hair. It's a good thought. There is a more obvious way of telling. If you stripped them until they were just skeletons, it would be actually incredibly hard to tell. Only a real expert would know which was a lion skeleton and a tiger. They're almost identical. But if you were just to shave them until they're completely bald, you would know. And it's a rather odd thing.
Stripy skin?
Yes, the tiger would have stripes. It has stripy skin as well as stripy fur. And that's true of leopards and jaguars. So the lion would just be bald and white, and the tiger would have the stripes.
I took my nephews to London Zoo because a friend of ours is a zookeeper there, and she can get you in sort of the back. We went in to see a lion, and they said there's some mesh, there's small mesh and big mesh. You must stand on the side where the big mesh is. Don't go near the small mesh. Stay where the big mesh is. Do you understand? And the kids went... We just went in, and my nephew turned to me and said, "What's mesh?"
I was in Brazil. I went into an enclosure with a jaguar, and this handler, he said, it was Brazilian, and he said to me, it's very important, is always approach from the front. Like that, and I went, right, OK, and I just was sort of like getting closer to the front of it, and then he said, oh, no, sorry, never. Sorry. My English.
Never and always.
Never and always. We lose a lot like that.
Anyway, that's true. Tigers are stripy even under their fur. I want to know what Winterval is. Does Winterval mean anything to you? Have you heard of it? Yes.
Political correctness gone mad.
It is a special law. If you get every one of these, then they're completely null and void.
But no, it's this typically British thing. I guarantee, probably, if you're reading a newspaper today, round about Christmas, there will be some tiresome old fart who will have written about, you know, there aren't any more office parties, and for political correctness reasons, there are no decorations in offices, and calling it Winterval so as not to offend minority religions. It's absolute bollocks. It just isn't true. 95% of all offices are decorated. There have been more office parties year on year, every year. And Winterval was simply a promotional campaign. It was nothing to do with...
the Birmingham City Council.
Birmingham City Council,
My brother was on the phone to me. He's going, yeah, bloody Birmingham City Council, the Winterval, the PC, gone mad.
And it's all nonsense. It wasn't anything to do with that. It was a campaign for local businesses. The point is, despite what you're probably going to read in your newspapers, as I say, from hoary, boring old... It's your fault for reading the Daily Mail, let me put it Contrary. What's your chances of survival in a plane crash?
Ooh. I'm guessing it's going to be one of these where there are loads and loads and loads of plane crashes, but usually no one dies.
Yeah, it's more or less true.
So statistically... Yeah.
I imagine it swings on the whistle that you get on the life jacket. I think that's probably what saves the lives. The people, and if it's that kind of plane crash that's never happened, where the plane lightly bobs onto the water, everyone gets out nicely, takes their high heels off, inflates the thing, tops it up, and then, oh, help doesn't seem to have come. I know. Oh, that's all right. Here comes the American
It does
Army
rather
now.
rely on someone having quite selective hearing. And going, I didn't hear that plane go down, but...
Imagine anything more... I can't imagine anything more pathetic.
What if there's
a
plane
load
crash?
of air travellers
What if
bobbing
there's a
along in the
plane
water going, beep, beep, beep.
What they should give is everyone gets a different note.
You
get a little songbook.
Now, wouldn't it be tragic, though, if you were playing a little song and one of the notes didn't go off and you went, didn't make it?
Didn't make it.
Oh, dear.
I see Dave's been eaten by sharks. We're going to have to play chopsticks.
Yeah. Let's do South Pacific. We can do the show right here.
I heard a great, an urban legend about the brace position. Someone told me that the reason they want you to put your head between your legs is so that, to preserve the dental record.
I don't
Yeah,
think it's true.
I heard that as well. And actually, I don't know why they don't just tell people that. You know, in the unlikely event of your death, I'm sure you'll all agree you'd like to be identified.
Leave.
Bite down hard on your own armrest.
Now, what happens if you eat nothing but rabbit?
Oh.
Yes.
I'd imagine eventually, if you eat enough of it, your feet become lucky.
Very sweet. I like it.
Oh,
Any other thoughts? Yeah.
you die.
Why so?
It's a very nothing meat.
It's full of protein, but there's really very little oil and very little vitamin.
Do your children kill you? Because you come home yet again and go, sorry, Fluffy's passed away. I was giving her a lovely hot bath with some onions and carrots, and she slipped off, I'm afraid.
Do you have really bad nightmares that there's a compulsory purchase order on your street and you get very tense and you start going, they're coming. They're coming, and people start singing Bright Eyes, and then a bulldozer turns up and kills your nan.
Oh, that's not what I've got on the card, amazingly. Nothing about nans. Phil is right. Phil has given the answer.
Has he?
Die.
You die?
The Hudson's Bay Company recorded cases of trappers dying who were feasting plentifully on rabbit. They were eating lots of it. The more they ate, in fact, the sooner they died. Why do you think that was?
Were the rabbits cursed?
No. No, the reason is that you use vitamins and minerals in order to digest. So the more you eat, the more of your own vitamins and minerals you're using up, which you then excrete, and so the faster you die of malnutrition. And there were many cases of these trappers dying, and all they had to have was a tiny bit of vegetables, and they would have survived. But they thought, well, we're eating rabbit, it's full of protein, as it is indeed.
My dad killed my pet rabbit and fed it to me.
Did he?
Yeah.
Perhaps he was trying to kill you, Johnny.
Well, the 39 other rabbits he'd bought him.
Well, I'm very sorry that your little rabbit died.
No, you're not.
Seems to me to explain a great deal. Now, at this point in our Euro quiz, regulations require us to have a Call My Euro Bluff round. So, let's play Call My Euro Bluff. Good evening and welcome. No, hush, Tish and Pibble. With whom shall we start? We'll start with David. David, give us some Euro regulation.
It's illegal to sell bananas if they're too curvy.
What do we think? Anyone got a theory about that?
I think that's true.
It's quite a well-known Euro regulation, straight bananas.
It's utter arse of the highest order.
So you're saying a bluff, are you? Well, what do you feel?
I seem to recall this is one of those things that the Daily Mail would suddenly go, how dare they say our bananas can't be bendy? Why, it's bendy bananas made this country what it is.
Yeah.
Balls.
Yeah, you think it's balls. Would you like to reveal, then?
Balls.
It's a bluff.
It's just you just have to say how big they are, which is fair enough, because you don't. Otherwise, people are selling tiny pea-sized bananas.
And the clincher is the current EU standards are identical to the pre-existing British ones and the United Nations ones and the OECD ones. I mean, nothing has changed. Nothing is new, except, as you say, the ability of the press to make things up and scare us that our bananas are going to be straightened. So, it's become rather political and rather exciting. Dara, what is yours?
OK, well, this actually is true. Trawler men will soon be required to wear hairnets whilst fishing.
Is this because they're handling food? And
it's exactly the point is to keep them clean right from the very start. So that's
convincing stuff. What do we feel?
Well, it makes practical sense as well, of course, because the hairnet could also maybe catch any smaller fish, like, you know, whitebait or scampi that might get in the hair of the fisher, and then you just at the end of the day, oh, there's another. That's dinner.
Yeah, they're used to handling nets. What are your thoughts?
Well, and then they wear hard hats now at Smithfield Market, and they never had to. They're always making people put things on their heads.
Good point. I know, I like that. Good. What do you feel, Phil?
Yes.
You think it's true as well. So most people think this is true. Come, demonstrate, would tell us, put us out of our misery. It's a bluff as well. It's not true. In fact, I quote Richard Littlejohn, He goes, oh, what a circus. The safety Nazis have forced fishermen to wear hairnets. You couldn't make it up. Well, actually, oddly enough, Richard, you could and you did.
It actually wasn't even as if that Little John didn't make that up.
No, he didn't, in fact.
It was made up by British journalists in a bar in Brussels.
Yeah, absolutely
who tried to run to see, will people fall for this?
Yeah.
And the British press fell for it completely.
It's because they know that people love their little 5 minutes of snorting anger over the breakfast. Bloody people, why the God, it's so...
It's ridiculous. You don't take an active interest in how your country's run for just 45 years, and look what happened.
What were the first words spoken from the surface of the moon? How appropriate, Sean.
Hello? Can you hear me? It was...
It was the clangers, was it?
It's the
Who got there
clangers.
first?
But it wasn't one small step for man, because he hadn't gone on yet.
Very true. Very good. So what else was it?
He was like, come on down, Neil, it's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. What's the big deal?
Golf clubs.
Yeah.
Great to be here in Philadelphia. I mean, the moon.
Well, let's sort out who said it. Who said the first human words uttered on the surface of the moon?
Neil Armstrong.
No.
Buzz Aldrin.
Yes, it was Buzz. He was in charge of the steering of the module as it landed, and 102 hours, 45 minutes and 25 seconds in, he was saying 4 forward, 4 forward, drifting to the right a little. That's good, that's good. Something garbled, and then contact light. And the contact light that showed they had landed was on. Those were the first words spoken. Not the eagle has landed, and certainly not small
This is
step.
the moon. This is the end of the line. Please. Please make sure you have all your bags and all your personal possessions.
What do you know about Buzz Aldrin otherwise?
His dad had a sense of humour.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, he called him Buzz.
Ah, but he didn't. He called him Edward Eugene Aldrin Jr.
Yeah.
His sister...
I think I'm right, actually.
His sister called him Buzz, because she couldn't say brother, so she'd say Buzzer, and he became Buzz. He eventually made it his legal name.
He had the hand of a monkey.
Very good. What was his mother's maiden name? Surely you know that.
Smith, Brown, Jones.
Moon. Moon is the right answer. Well done.
Did you know that?
Just...
Fellow farmer.
Why was it hard for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle?
Eyes to the right.
This is because it was a gate, wasn't it? It was a gate.
No. Christ, if you remember, says it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God.
Of course, and these were the days before liquidizers.
Yeah,
So there was no chance of pureeing up the thing and getting a straw, and I mean, it would be a mess, but it would be doable, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, because remember, this is a rich man we're talking about. He would have people to
He'd
do
have
this
all
for
the
him.
white goods,
Yeah.
wouldn't he? You know,
Oh, yeah.
if there's anything.
Obviously, what happened is a lot of rich men read the Bible and thought, that can't be right, surely. So there are 2 get-out clauses. One was this idea that there was an eye of the needle gate
Wasn't
in
it?
Jerusalem city walls, but there is absolutely no contemporary historical or archaeological evidence.
Well, actually, in biblical times, women's hands were significantly bigger than they are today, so a needle's eye could be 40 or 50 foot across. Enormous.
You still want that rich man to get through, don't you?
Well, the thing is, what someone told me, I might say, at my bloody school, which is still going, and it turns out it's talking bullshit.
I bet it was a private school.
Private school
where they don't like to get on the wrong
said
side of rich people.
There are 2 sorts of gate to get into cities in those days. One that was quite wide, one that was quite narrow, and a fully laden camel couldn't squeeze through quite a narrow gate, and those were look all eyes of needles. And what Jesus wasn't doing was being sort of sarky and going, yeah, it's about as easy for a rich man to get into heaven as to get a planet into a shoe. He was actually saying that if the camel was no longer fully laden, hence the wealth had been, dumped somewhere, then the camel went in easy as
I
you
don't know
like.
how rich you are if all your stuff is on the back of one camel.
But it depends if it's diamonds.
Yeah,
That's
damn
really
rich.
rich. They hadn't found all the South African diamond mines then, so diamonds worth even more.
Yeah, good point.
The coronation of George IV, all the diamonds in the crown jewels were hired. The King of England wasn't rich enough to own enough diamonds for one poxy coronation. That's how expensive diamonds
Can you
were.
hire
now,
diamonds?
any sort of rap star's got
Of course
loads.
you can. At the Oscars, all the actors hire diamonds.
That would be the Everest of unsure engagements, wouldn't it? I've just rented this for a week. Let's see how things go. Let's wait till after you put
But
out.
no, you're absolutely right, David. That is precisely what...
Jesus was being
Jesus
sarcastic.
meant exactly what he said.
Should have just said,
Yeah.
you can't. If you're rich, you're going to hell.
Yeah. But the first animals to be herded for food. Yes.
Well, the first ones would have been an experiment, so it would have been guinea pigs.
Very good, very good, very good.
Goats.
Not goats. Yes.
Chickens.
Oh, no, not chickens.
Chicken soldier.
I've done it again. With the letters.
Yes, Johnny.
T-Rexes.
Oh!
Pterodactyls.
No.
Godzilla.
If I tell you the Latin...
Was it eggs?
Oh, the
eggs. Eggs. They were easy to move around the field.
No.
You could be a very lazy shepherd.
Shall I tell you the Latin name of that help? Helix, helix.
Helix, helix.
They've got a spiral on them. So the
Snails.
audience knows.
Snails.
Thank you, audience, for telling Alan.
They herded snails. That must have taken ages.
You think? Absolutely.
All you had to do was build a wall.
Snail farming seems to date back to 10,700 BC. The earliest things archaeologists have ever found that we appeared to farm.
Sorry, hang on. An archaeologist discovered that. So he's
Yes.
on a dig site and he found a snail and he went, oh, look, they must
No,
have...
that's not quite really.
I found a tiny snail farm. Send more money, mother.
So, in all seriousness, they dug up a bunch of snails and went, they must have been
I
farmed.
have proof.
No, they obviously wouldn't just say that, would they? Say, oh, we found some snail shells, therefore it's a farm. Obviously, one assumes
They found a
that as
tiny plastic
archaeologists...
fence and some tiny plastic animals.
Exactly, and
And,
some sheepdog bones near it.
Yeah, and a die-cast man with a whistle gun.
Exactly right. Tell me about snails' sex lives.
They do it by themselves, don't they?
They're all hermaphrodites.
Ah, wow.
Did they find some spinach, that someone has grown for the first time ever successfully and then just hang around there, leaving the mess? Like dirty snail teenagers.
Possibly. They do dance and kiss for up to 20 hours before sex.
I know they do, but, why do it on the plant?
Yeah. Good.
It's my first harvest.
Do you know, they have an optional...
You
they have
fork out on a grow bag and you think life's going to be different, don't you?
Johnny. Snails have an optional sexual organ. Do you know what it's called? Which they can use for sex, but they don't always because it's quite dangerous.
A second arse.
The vaginas.
Second arse. It's called a love dart, actually.
The love dart?
Yes.
Well, that's a happy coincidence.
Yeah. It's actually more like a 7 to 11 millimetre dagger.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
This is uncanny.
It releases chemicals to stimulate the stabbed mate, so they stab their mate with the love dart.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. It can result in injury if carried out inaccurately.
Of course.
But use of the dart doubles... Exactly.
Should have done it in
Sounds like an
daylight.
episode of Midsummer Murders.
It does, doesn't it? It does double the chance of offspring, though, using the love dart. This mannequin piss is the symbol of Brussels, of course. Sometimes they dress her up, or him up, I should say, as Elvis, and sometimes it pees beer. What's it all about?
I've seen it. It's the most unimpressive thing, apart from that mermaid in Copenhagen, which is also shite. It's all these signs, and it's just it's like yay big.
Yeah.
In a
Here we are. I've got a model of it.
And it's actually not that scaled down. That much.
In theory, this is a working one, I believe. That's pretty good, isn't it?
How's that? We like. Very nice indeed.
You're drinking piss!
It's good enough for Sarah Miles, it's good enough for me. There is a theory...
Anything to do with elephants?
Oh, interesting. No. But it's good that you're thinking. One of the theories is that Brussels was under siege and the enemy were laying explosives around the city walls, and a little boy saw this and peed on the fuses, thus saving the city, and so he's memorialised.
I did that once and blew the electricity in the house.
There's another theory that it was the 2-year-old Duke Godfried and his troops put him up in a tree when they were having a battle in a basket, and from there he urinated on the enemies and they lost the battle. That was in 1142.
They stuck the crown prince or whatever in a tree that was just like the enemies were just underneath the tree. Threw a rock at the tree, right?
How long has that statue been there? Do you know?
200 years. 120 years. 90 years.
That's the point. It's a lot older than you might think. It's 14th century. 1388. There's been a pissing boy.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still works.
Yeah.
You get up there with a pipe cleaner every Sunday.
It's been stolen 7 times.
7 times?
7 times. In 1817, one of the thieves who stole it got 20 years hard labour. In 1978, they got let off with a warning.
No one ever gets 20 years easy work, do they? It's all the labour's hard labour.
Yes.
Don't say hard labour, it's just rubbing it in. We know it's labour, you know.
Yeah, it's never exactly.
Not saying 20 years
20
temping.
years. Working in a call centre.
Yeah.
So, nobody knows for sure why Brussels chooses to identify with an incontinent 5-year-old. Bon chance to them, however. How many times a year did Queen Elizabeth I of England have a bath?
Never. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times.
Thanks for that. That was your once.
See, it was thought indecent to immerse oneself in water.
Well, she... that is an actual photograph of her taking a bath. She actually was considered rather pernickety about her thing. She 4 times a year at least, she bathed. As the object says, even if she didn't need one. You know. In medieval England, though, baths were much more popular than we suppose. There are bathhouses in every town, but it was really the monks who didn't like it because they thought it led on to lewd behaviour.
In fact, they knew it led on.
Well, they knew it led on. Let's hear how you all intend to end it all. And Dara goes... and Jimmy goes... Doon goes... and Alan goes... Excellent. Great. Thank you, Alan. Superb. I think I detected the hand of the late, great Dudley Moore in your buzzer there. Now, that brings us to our final question. What were the last words of General Sedgwick in the wilderness of Spotsylvania?
He hasn't got a mouth. So there weren't any words at all, unless he wrote them down.
In a convenient bubble that he carried around with him.
Maybe had a little notebook of bubble-shaped things. And he just
I'll tell you that the year is 1864. What war was going on then?
Franco-Prussian War.
That was a tiny bit later.
The 100 years, 30 years, 25 years.
Civil, American Civil War.
The American Civil War. So we're talking about a... Yeah, well done. Thank you for cutting that
The
off.
American Civil War.
It is the American Civil War. What is house dust mostly composed of?
Every day.
Skin.
No, it's a myth, I'm afraid. It's a myth.
Rust.
Rust. I don't think mostly of rust, no. Well,
if you live in an iron house,
yes,
like me,
that's rust. Animals, insects.
Yeah, a lot
bits of smashed badgers. Smashed badgers is coming out.
No, dust mites. You didn't really say dust mites.
I said smashed badgers.
No,
Clive's denying it.
The camera was on Jeremy. I said nothing. I said.
You sneak.
I said dust might be the sort of stuff you find in your house, but it doesn't compare.
Well, the fact is, what Vic said is actually pretty true, that it obviously varies from country to country, house to house, even room to room, as well as varying by season and in response to lifestyles. Whether you have a pet, in other words, and things like that, how often you clean, whether you open the windows a lot. But generally speaking, you will find soil, sand, pollen, soot, brick, concrete dust, clothing, carpet fibres, fungal spores, plant parts, dried cells of animal hair, skin and feathers, cigarette and wood smoke, dust mites eventually, bits of dead insects, rat and mouse droppings, industrial pollutants, pesticides, tiny bits of plastic, PVC and vinyl, flour and crumbs, and good old-fashioned dirt.
So no smashed badgers, then?
Not one!
How much of it is skin?
A small percentage, apparently. Mattress manufacturers like to put around the idea that half the weight of a mattress is made up of dead mites and skin and other detritus. It's absolute nonsense.
They're making it up.
Yeah.
Well, people trying to sell you things by making up stuff.
Who would have believed it?
This is
Who
unbelievable.
would have believed it? Anyway, moving on. Very little house dust is in fact made of human skin. It's mostly good old dirt. It's the highest mountain in Europe. Yeah.
Mont Blanc.
Oh! Sorry you said that. No, it isn't. It isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it does begin with an E, if that's any help.
Enormo Blanc.
Very different.
Monte Bianco.
Not the Eiger, no.
Etna.
Oh, hello. Oh, Eiger. Did you say Etna?
Yeah.
Etna, eh? No, indeed.
It's some island. It's from the bottom of the sea, if you measure. No,
That's Etna, isn't it, or Stromboli? No, it's not. It's actually right on the borders of Europe, but it does count as Europe. It's definitely Europe, isn't it?
Is it somewhere in the Caucasus?
It is in the Caucasus.
Oh, which of the mountain names of the Caucasus?
Mount Elbrus is the answer. Mount Elbrus. It's where Prometheus was supposedly chained for daring to steal fire from heaven, and he had his liver pecked out every day by vultures as punishment. Ooh. Yes, that's gotta hurt.
You want to get it over with at the beginning of the day.
Yes,
Yeah.
you would. 100 people attempt to climb the summit every day in the summer season, when it's not too cold, and about 30-odd die every year.
Do you know that 1 in 8 of people who try to climb Everest die?
Really? That's a high attrition rate, isn't it?
Not good, is it?
Not good, not good at all.
You get acute mountain sickness because you can't breathe. So your stomach won't accept food, so you start throwing up. Apparently there are signs all the way up saying, if you are throwing up and you have a headache, go back.
Yeah.
But people don't.
So when you're putting your party together to go up Everest, just, if there's 7 of you, just get one really, someone you don't like.
Yeah.
Preferably with asthma. Lead on, Wheezy.
In 1997, it was a Land Rover Defender that drove to the very top of Mount Everest, which is a high mountain. It's 18,510 feet.
It's also a very busy mountain for people climbing it, all of whom must have been thrilled to see some guy drive past.
Can we tell who is whose child just by looking at their ears?
That was a beautiful weekend. Presumably, the parents of the child would be going, step away from my child, stop looking at its ears.
Well, yes, there is that.
On that day, I had to have a child's head on my body all day.
Was it exhausting?
I tell you what, I've got a cracking pair of tits.
So the Atkins is working then. I feel really left out.
I'm sorry.
Can I be like the dog or something?
Actually, though, David, you could also be the parent of that child. And indeed, Alan and Phil could be your parents.
In terms of ears, how will we know that, though? What is it about your ears that is particular? It's very odd that all four of you, have very unusual ears, or not very unusual, but less than average.
Is it that
The
you
lobe
lobe
length?
thing?
Yeah.
It's a lobe thing. Your lobes are all attached. They don't hang.
Attach? Yeah, what, you mean they're not sort of over there somewhere?
No, they're called attached lobes.
Oh,
They
no.
go straight down. You don't have a little actual lobe.
You have a lobe.
Yeah.
You have a lobe, don't
A
you?
little flappy lobe. I can do that.
Yeah. Oh, stop it! Stop it!
It's more common to have a lobe than not to, in fact. In the audience, can you put your hands up if you've got, like me, a little flappy lobe? Freaks! There you are. And could you put your hands up if you haven't, if you're like those? Yes, you see? It's a bit like eye colour. It's a dominant and recessive gene thing, so that if you both have attached lobes as a mother and father, then your child must have attached lobes too.
So if a family are watching this and they think, well, hang on, ours hasn't.
Yeah. I'm afraid it's a dead giveaway. Yeah.
Well, this is turning into Kilroy. Well done.
Yeah. Macadamia nuts are not picked from trees, but are collected from the ground, where they've been dropping onto the ground, you see. So now, what kind of dropping would you search for the tasty and nutritious mongongo nut in?
Yes. I don't know, but macadamia sounds like a Scottish university.
Very good. Clever.
Macadamia.
Yeah, absolutely. Where would you find a mongongo nut?
In the Congo.
In Africa, I would say.
In Africa.
I'm going Africa.
Yeah. Are they in monkey poo?
No, they're not in monkey poo.
Are they in something's business, though?
They are found in something.
Yes!
Well done. I suspect the points will be shared between you. You're absolutely right.
Elephant dung is full of nuts.
It is, and it takes a week for them to pass through their bodies.
Oh, imagine that.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's... there it is.
See a bride.
You know, like the mouse isn't about to sing.
Yes. Very good. Well, the fact is, yes, they do go through the elephant system, where they remain intact, and they are then gathered.
Who first gathered that nut?
I've no idea. I guess they saw it drying in the dung.
So, do we know what they taste like?
The mongongo nuts, yes. They're like a macadamia. They're a bit more like a cashew, apparently. But they're related to the macadamia.
I like cashews.
I would love to serve that at Christmas, just a big pile of elephant poo. Watch the family work their way through it, going, don't spoil your dinner. Everyone sat around the table smelling of shit.
It's a lovely Christmas.
Well, he puts out the finest nuts. I hear he gathers them himself.
Indeed. So, the mongongo nut is collected from piles of elephant droppings. The best way to get from the Eiffel Tower to the Louvre without seeing any French people.
Underwater, look, just go straight along the river.
What about if you went at lunchtime?
Yeah?
Because they're all stuffing their faces with pate, aren't they? You could just... Well, yeah, lunch. They all still break for lunch, don't they? Apart from the tourists.
With your eyes shut. Do it with your eyes shut. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Wear a blindfold and say, where's the Louvre? Show me the Louvre! people might say, no point, it's all art. So I want to experience the ambience without seeing any of you Frenchies.
A big long line that you would fly down.
From the Eiffel Tower.
From the Eiffel Tower.
That might be. No, I mean, in a way, you were very close, Alan. We were trying to get you to talk about the remarkable sewage system of Paris. Their sewers echo their streets exactly. So under the Champs-Élysées, there's a sewer as wide as it, called the Champs-Élysées. They even have street signs in the sewers for the streets, and all the side streets, and at every intersection, they have the street names. So if you knew Paris above ground, you'd never get lost. You could walk along these wonderful sewers.
Boulevards.
Bit smelly, obviously.
Cafes.
There they are. They're
Yeah.
rather fine examples of the art of the sewer maker. And they used to have excursions. Right up until 1975, you could get a boat every last Thursday and Saturday of the month, and you would...
full of shit.
You'd have to really hate French people to do that, though, wouldn't you?
There we are, look. There they are. There they are.
Here are some turds from the deuxième côté. On the left.
How do you think they clean them?
Oh,
What, the people?
The sewers.
Everyone has to flush their toilet at once with no poo in it.
I love the way your mind works, Alan.
I'd probably do it, though.
And I use the word works quite wrongly. So, actually, could you press your buzzer, Reg? As a hint.
They roll a giant cleaning ball
Yes,
down it.
well done.
Wow.
Good cultural
I was going to
reference
suggest
getting
they
there.
trained elephants and put bristles over their back and led them.
That would work. No, it's a big ball that scrapes the side. They send the ball down with a great whoosh of water, and it cleans the sides and works very well. Who was the first president of America?
Washington. Another two.
No. Surprisingly not. No, he was probably the 15th. He was the first president of an independent United States of America, but there had been many presidents of the United States in Congress assembled, presidents of the Continental Congress of America. And the first one was called Randolph, Peyton Randolph. The second one was called John Hancock.
Oh, Hancock,
And
yeah.
what does John Hancock mean? Fingers on buzzers quickly, if you're an American. Oh, you got there, David.
It means signature.
Yes. I was just very alarmed when I first went to America and was told to put... I just told you to put your John Hancock on the... Mine what? Where? Just put your John Hancock down. Whoa. But that's what it means. They use it all the time.
Well, it's the reason being is that on the Declaration of Independence they all signed it, and everyone went sort of, and that's me. Hancock came along. John
Hancock.
Hancock.
It is.
You can actually see it from space.
But you're right. His is the big signature on the Declaration of Independence. So there you are. There were 13 others after Peyton, and then on 30th of April, 1789, George Washington was sworn in as the first president of the independent. I'm holding a pen. That brings me cleverly to the Fisher pressurised space pen, of which you may have heard tell. It was developed after a lot of expensive research to enable astronauts to write in zero gravity. What alternative writing implement could they have used instead?
Here comes the big noise. A pencil.
Yeah. There is a kind of urban myth that the Americans spent millions on building a pressurised, gravity-free biro while the clever Russians just used a pencil. But in fact, they started off, both of them, using pencils, and the tip broke. And when the tip breaks, it floats around and it gets into short circuits, things gets into people's eyes and bodies. It's very dangerous indeed.
Oh, but what a laugh that must be to have a pencil sharpener on the space shuttle.
So it's sadly not true, that story. An ordinary biro would have worked. It didn't need a special pressurised one. You need to write upside down, it needs to be pressurised. When there's gravity, but when there's no gravity, an ordinary one will work. Now, the year is 1792. It was a notable year for a number of reasons. It was the year the guillotine was first used.
Which was last used in 1960. Point for that.
No, because it's not true. You're wrong.
It is true.
No, it isn't. We'll come to that, I'm afraid. 1977. The last French... Sorry. No, it was a one-legged French criminal who was guillotined in 1977. 1792 was the year the guillotine was first used and the year of birth of the inventor of the computer and the death of the man after whom the sandwich is named. What was invented...
Lord Sandwich.
Yes. Guess. Well, it wasn't going to be Nora Butty, was it?
Charles Babbage.
Charles Babbage, you're right, is the inventor of the computer, so you've all added to that.
Difference engine.
But, yes, the difference engine.
I know how many people were at his funeral.
Oh, go on.
3.
Really?
Yeah, only 3 people went to his funeral. None of his friends turned up because he was a laughingstock by the time he died, and he'd invented the computer.
Yeah, I know.
Which was only recently,
They rebuilt one, didn't they?
Science Museum and turned it, and it works.
In Vietnam, the guillotine was last used in 1960.
However, in France, in 1977... But
En France.
En France, exactly, en France.
Has anyone survived it?
Well, was it, remember Jim Dale in the film...
Surviving, you can go.
That's smart. That's smart.
Sablon, anything.
Guillotine be gone.
Your head just flopping over.
Do you remember Jim Dale in the Carry On film, you know, Don't Lose Your Head? And he's just being guillotined. It's in the French Revolution, they say. There's a note for you from Robespierre. It says, leave it in the basket, I'll read it later on.
There's a horrible truth to that, because, of course, it was maintained by contemporary witnesses that a lot of the heads were quite sentient for some
They
time
twitched.
after
Now,
decapitation.
coal, as everyone knows, is made from ancient forests. Have any of you used coal to brush your Bexleys?
Never.
Hello.
Are you doing Bexley Heath?
Yes, that was teeth, yes. I know it's Hampstead's usually, but...
Stephen, oh, Stephen, my love, Stephen, the toothpaste is so twinkly and sparkling white. How can it have coal in it?
It doesn't. It's the brush. What are the bristles made of?
Coal.
Well, they are. They're made of something which is a mixture of coal and air and water.
Oh, it's all easy when I've set the siren off, isn't it?
We're talking about some complicated hydrocarbon, which is a derivative of a petroleum...
Not petroleum, no. No, coal. It's fossil fuel, which is coal, as we know.
Toothbrushes used to be alive millions of years ago.
But the point is, we're looking for a substance that man has developed, which he uses to...
nylon.
Is the right answer. Well done.
Do I get points for saying it was developed in New York and London at the same time?
No, you get points taken away from you, because that's not why it's... Oh, you did fall into that one, Rory. Thank you for that. No, it's a myth. It was originally called No Run by its inventor. He was called Carruthers. DuPont, the company for whom he was developing it, wants to call it nylon. Though they didn't trademark the name, you can use the word nylon, unlike another of their famous products. One that is used quite often to describe human characteristics. Teflon, exactly, non-stick.
Nice, okay.
Teflon is a DuPont invention.
You'd have thought that you could just get a new head for your brush. You could have a handle made for you, perhaps perfectly moulded for your own grip.
Yeah, so you use ivory or... Oh, no, hang on. But, yes. use
rhino horn.
Yes, or panda fur, or... panda bone.
The beak of an osprey.
Yes.
Stephen Fry's all-endangered species bathroom cabinet.
Oh, I use his coelacanths to look like that.
No, poor old Carruthers. He gave us neoprene as well. He was a Harvard professor at the age of 28.
Wetsuits.
Wetsuits made of neoprene, exactly, and he invented that here when he was a very young man, and then unfortunately committed suicide by taking saliva when his wife was pregnant. He must have been very miserable. Did I say saliva?
You said
I think you did.
a Freudian blowjob. I slipped on it.
The poor man Carruthers took cyanide and killed himself. And obviously that's very funny.
Why did he take cyanide? Had he run out of saliva?
I don't...
Where's the bottle of spit I've been saving?
Oh, dear. I made a bit of an ass of myself. Who is this?
Eros.
Yeah. Well, thank you for falling into our little heffalump trap there. It's actually the angel of Christian charity.
Eros.
Eros was the Greek god of love. This is the angel of Christian charity.
Why is it called Eros, then?
Because people mistakenly thought it was Eros because it had a bow and arrow. Eros is Greek for Cupid, and they thought it was like Cupid's dart. Originally, the arrow pointed up a particular avenue, and the idea was the...
Shaft.
It was bearing its shaft up Shaftesbury Avenue, which was named after Lord Shaftesbury, Ashley Cooper, the great...
I know who he was.
Tell me.
He was the bloke that passed all those acts in the 19th century to stop children having to work 95 hours a week.
Exactly right. It was a first, that particular statue. Do you know why?
First one on one leg.
No, not that. Material we're after.
Oh. Bronze, copper, metal, steel, wood.
It's metal, certainly. Not wood. It wouldn't be the first wooden or metal statue, would it?
Aluminium.
Aluminium, there you are. Take 5 points, young David Mitchell. Very
I
good
know
indeed.
something about statues of military personnel.
Yes?
On horseback. If they're up on their hind legs, like that, it means they died in battle. And if they got one leg up, it means they died on service, but not in a battle. And if they got all 4 down, it means they just died after years later.
Is that really true? If that's true...
It's really true.
I shall have the little elves, the QILs. Oh, they're flashing me now. This is an urban myth and not true, it says. They're very quick.
It feels like everything that I know is wrong.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Is that Socrates? Did he say that, or am I the first?
That's what comes when you acquire your knowledge by overhearing blokes in pubs.
Yeah. It is a general rule that if any fact given you starts with the word apparently, what kind of creature was actually the first to be sent into space?
Dog. A monkey.
Oh, dear.
A squirrel monkey.
And what did you say?
He said dog,
I
sir.
think he did say dog, didn't you, John? John said dog.
I bet it was something that they didn't know had gone into
No, they
space.
sent it deliberately. Fly. Fly is correct. Do you know what kind of fly? What sort of flies there was?
Brian.
Fruit fly. You divide points between yourselves. Very good indeed.
Why did they do that?
Well, they're very light, so there was no payload. They sent them up in July 1946 on an American V2, along with some corn seeds. But fruit flies, why are they used so much in science?
Because they can talk and they tell you exactly what's going on. If you're a fly and it's weightless, what happens then? Do you suddenly sort of stop flapping and go, hang on? This is what I've always dreamed of. No effort. They just say like that. In space, when they go to do number 2, they do it in the wall. They dock into the wall.
You're all right. All right, thank you, Davis. So, one of the things about fruit flies is they... Thank you.
But there's no sound in space.
No.
So you can't hear your own parts.
So amused. That's what's so sweet. He is absolutely adoring it. No, 61% of all known human disease genes have a recognisable match in fruit flies. Fruit flies also go to sleep at night, rather sweetly.
If they get a cold, then they get the common cold.
But may well be one of them. And the other thing is, every 2 weeks you've got a new generation, so any experimentation you do, you can observe very fast what happens. Yeah. Scientists who work with fruit flies give them jokey names, and I want you to tell me why they're called what they're called. There's a breed, a gene strain, called the Kenenbarbi fruit fly. Why is it called that?
They've got no penises.
Yes, they have no external genitalia, quite right. There's one called the Maggie. Why would that be called the Maggie?
Handbag.
Bit fascistic. Hates the unions, bit right-wing.
No, because it suffers from arrested development, like Maggie in...
The Simpsons?
Yes, someone in the audience got that before you, they must award themselves a point. So there's the Maggie one. There's the cheap date, which is sensitive to ethanol intoxication. China. The city of Jinan, spelt Qinan, but pronounced Jinan in China, is about the same size as Corby, you can see it behind us, and is also, by coincidence, the site of one of the country's largest steelworks. But what quite interesting material do they make their houses from?
I don't know, is it dinosaur eggs?
I'm almost inclined to tear up the real answer and say yes, but...
Because I've got one.
A Chinese dinosaur egg?
Yes, it was a birthday present from my wife.
Every evening, Bill, 4 hours on the egg, just in case.
Yeah. I'm thinking about taking it abroad, you know. Taking it to the airport, you know, see if I can get it scanned for free, you know, just put it... So he goes, my God, what the... You know, I thought of doing that when the tortoise was ill, getting it saved. It's stone. It's fossil, obviously. It's stone, weighs... I thought it was a skull at first when I opened it. And I thought, that's a bit of a weird present, but I'll go along with it. Yeah, great. And they're huge, and they make very good building blocks. So they...
Well, it wasn't as gibberingly, drivellingly stupid an answer as it at first sounded. No. No, it's not that. It is a very famous Chinese thing that these houses are
bamboo.
constructed of. Oh, dear. Not bamboo. No.
Oh, sir. Yeah. Bootleg Coldplay CDs.
Bits of the Great War.
Yes is the right answer. Help yourself to 10 points. Absolutely right. Yeah, it's a rather sad thing, this Great Wall of China. It is disappearing. There's only 20% of it left.
Where has it gone?
Well, people just cart bits off to build pigsties and walled barns, and farmers just take bits because it's handy material.
The Gobi Desert is encroaching upon the Great Wall.
Is it?
Yeah, unfortunately.
How rude.
Yeah, I know.
How does the desert encroach? Sort of like, you sort of look away and then...
Clay's grandmother's footsteps.
I'm sure it was. It's the same way you get the armrest on a train.
They should convert it into flats or something, you know, something useful.
That'd be brilliant.
If they converted it into flat... Look, it's thick enough for flats. You just need to knock a few windows on either side. And then you could probably have, you know, 400,000 or 500,000 flats all the way along it. And then people would look after their own bit with, you know, window boxes and everything.
Or a retail opportunity. The Great Mall of China would probably do it. That would do it. But, no. But there you are. There are points all round to everybody who deserves them and none to those who don't. In the Middle Ages, what shape did people think the world was?
Flat.
I know we all think they did, but there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever. They all thought it was round. They all wrote about it as round. The Greeks knew that it was round.
Round and flat?
No, they thought it was a sphere. Terry Jones, the Python, who is something of a medievalist, as you may know, he blames Washington Irving, the American writer, for one of those being who started this lie, as he puts it. The Greeks knew it was round, he says. Chaucer knew it was round. Roger Bacon wrote about the curvature of the Earth in the 13th century. So, apparently...
Well, I think the majority of people didn't really care.
No, but they started.
As indeed we don't now actually care that it's round. If it was square, it wouldn't bother me. I'd rush to the edge. In fact, I'd want to go right to the corner.
You'd sit on the corner.
How do we know it's round?
Yeah, huh?
Round the world tickets.
One is photographing. Photographing it was a very big help. We took a photograph and we saw that it was round.
But then you could say that about anything, about people going to the moon, and we know they didn't.
If it weren't round, all the flights of aeroplanes, if it weren't round, just nothing that we...
How do we know they just don't fly, just circle round for a bit and let you think that you're going miles and miles and miles and just come down, like, you know, a couple of hours away, and they've set Russia up a lot nearer than it is?
It's a really, 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 really long oblong shape.
On a track, like an electric bike, and they just move it.
Whizzing
the
around.
plane goes up, the plane doesn't move. They move the country in front of them.
Are all the stars round?
I can't answer that. I think probably most...
But yet you know what people thought 500 years ago.
Can I read books? Yes. Have I visited every star in the universe? No. Is that something that you find difficult to understand? You set me off. You've set Sir off again.
Don't you think that this series has reached the point, with a dedicated following who trust us, that this would be the point where you could say just one thing in a show? You could say, just like this, the world isn't round. It's been proven. Most people will now believe it who watch this show.
Well, I can say with some confidence, ladies and gentlemen, the world is not round. It is an oblate spheroid.
No, that's not what I meant.
No, I'm sorry. I was being literalist.
Pine cone. If you'd said the world is shaped like a pine cone. Just to see how many letters we get.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, wouldn't it? Get some at last, anyway. Apart from the... well, you know who you are, don't you? And I tried it, and it was a disaster. Yes, no, since the 4th century BC, almost no one in the history of the world has believed that the Earth is flat. It's a common misconception, and indeed the song lyric, they all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round, but he didn't think that the world was round. He thought it was actually pear-shaped, funnily enough. Who was the only survivor of the Crimean War?
When did it officially end, then?
That's what you have to find out. Sebastopol and Balaclava and the charge of the Light Brigade, it's that war, yes.
And we got their cannons and made the VC out of them.
It was around the time the cannon was being invented. It was around the 1850s, 1854. But in those days, when Britain went to war, because of a very peculiar law, there was one part of Britain that was exempt from being called either England or Scotland.
Berwick.
Berwick upon Tweed.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely right. Berwick upon Tweed was given a special status as being of the United Kingdom, but not in it. So when British went to war with Russia, it was Victoria, Queen of Britain, Ireland, Berwick upon Tweed, and the British dominions beyond the sea was in the phraseology of the declaration of war. But
In 1856, they didn't mention Berwick-upon-Tweed in the peace treaty, so it was still technically at war until 1966, when the mayor of Berwick-on-Tweed actually signed a treaty with Russia, saying, now at last, you can tell the Russian people that they may sleep easily in their beds.
I thought Berwick still was separate, isn't it?
They're in England, but they play in the Scottish League.
Is that right? Excellent. So there we have it. There's a war that went from 1854 to 1966. A creature that had been on a ship at Sebastopol in the war was still alive when the war ended. It was the only thing still alive. A tortoise is absolutely right. It was a naval tortoise called Timothy the Tortoise. Yeah.
Isn't he just the one that just died?
No, there he is. He's fine.
He carried on living until 2004. Survivor of the Crimean War. He was ship's mascot of the HMS Queen during the first bombardment of Sebastopol.
Did he actually fight in the war?
No. He survived the war, but was in it, involved in it, in naval occasions. Fighting
Then you crawl back to your line, and then you chuck him again.
Yeah. The glorious fighting tortoises in the British Army.
They didn't use him to send messages.
That's why it took so long.
The enemy is coming.
Has he delivered the peace treaty yet? He's on his way.
Is the largest lake in Canada?
Width or depth?
Not depth. Not
Can
depth.
I attempt an answer at this?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. We were predicting that one. Yeah, who cares?
There are so many lakes in Canada, more than 1 million in Manitoba alone.
Yes.
And, you can buy a lake and have it named after you. It's because the water doesn't drain away. It's no water table.
You can, but one's really, really big. It's bigger than Albania. It's bigger
Is it one
than
of the
Belgium.
Great Lakes technically Canadian? Are they all American?
No, you've avoided our little trap there, actually, which Joe didn't by saying who cares. If you'd said one of the Great Lakes, it would have been a big noise, because this lake has to be entirely in Canada.
What's the difference between largest and biggest?
Well, in other languages, largest mean widest, I suppose, and biggest being just greatest in size. But largest we now mean to mean biggest. It originally meant wide. Large is wide in French, isn't it?
Right, thanks.
I mean, we are very lucky because we have both Latin and the Romance languages and the Anglo-Saxon languages to draw on, so we can say big and large.
Yeah.
So little and small.
Little and large.
Little and large, indeed. Funny enough, when you said the deepest lake, the deepest lake is Lake Manitou. And Lake Manitou is a weird lake because it's also got the largest lake island in the world in it. And that island has got a lake in it, which is the largest lake in an island that's in a lake in the world.
This just goes on to infinity.
It does, doesn't it? No, the answer is the Great Bear Lake. None of the 5 Great Lakes is entirely... Why did Big Beard Wang regularly shave his pussy?
Well, I'm afraid I'm disappointed that we've got a cheap laugh from the word pussy.
I'm laughing at Wang, actually.
I think it's a person, perhaps.
You're right.
Big Beard Wang, who one could assume he had a large beard.
And he shaved his cat.
Well, he was a barber. He was a barber to a very famous man.
Was he a Chinese barber?
He was a Chinese
An emperor, was there?
A kind of emperor, I suppose, though he would certainly not call himself one. But
Chairman Mao.
Chairman Mao, indeed. And Mao is the Chinese for...
Cat.
Cat! Exactly. Meow. Meow, you would think, but no, it really is. Mao is cat.
Is that cat on the end of Chairman Mao's...
That's why I'm smiling.
I don't remember that as one of those communist posters.
It means cat, Mao, and it also means hat, oddly enough. So, Mao Li Di Mao means the cat in the hat. When the Titanic sank, what was the first thing that happened to the crew?
Terrible luck for them, but they actually had their 6-month review. And...
They drowned.
Did you say they drowned?
I said they drowned.
Oh, dear, no.
No, I was going to say they were fired.
Every single member of the crew had their wages stopped at the moment of the sinking. They stopped paying them. The moment a ship sinks, it is no longer a ship, therefore you can't work on it, therefore the White Star Line paid them up to the minute of the sinking and not the end.
I would imagine that in a sinking situation, you'd hope to be getting time and a half.
This is it. Frankly, double bubble.
Just a little something at the back end.
As soon as you're in the water, you've got to be looking for work.
Get on your pedalo and look for work. But apparently at the time, White Star were considered one of the more generous employers. I think it was £5 a month, not very much. Do you know about the Duff Gordon family on the Titanic?
And their terrible gin.
Very good. No, they offered the crew of lifeboat number 1 £5 to save their lives. Nobody's quite sure whether this was just greed, saying, I'll give you £5 if you save my life, or whether it was a thank you because their lives were saved. But whatever the result, the crew themselves were in terrible trouble for accepting a bribe. And one poor lad, Albert Horswell, survived. He was one of the lifeboat crew, got home, went to see his mother, who slammed the door in his face and never spoke to him again because she was ashamed that he had taken a bribe.
Yeah, she was also bonkers, though.
Yeah. Well,
Mrs. Horswell.
Is it true someone dressed as a lady?
Supposedly someone did because it was women and children first.
I thought you said somebody dressed as a baby.
Lady.
Yes, cuckoo, indeed. I have a lollipop, and I have no control of my bowels or urination. I am indeed an infant, and I know you think I'm Lord Albemarle, but actually I am a little baby with a beard. Yeah. And, madam, might I tell you I've been a very naughty baby?
So along that path, the ones who were paid £5 were only the able seamen. How can you tell able from ordinary seamen? When you applied for a job as seaman on mercenary, you either registered as an able seaman or an ordinary seaman, and they accepted your word. But you kept a log of your work, which was the real proof of it, and it was called a certificate of continuous discharge. Tell me all about the 12 Frenchmen and the 12 mosquitoes.
Once upon a time, there were 12 Frenchmen called Happy, Sleepy, Arrogant, Furieux, des choses comme ça, bof, and Zutelor.
That's 6.
Fenêtre, boulangerie,
Le table.
Le table, of course, and jambon et fromage, the twins. And they used to travel around with mosquitoes, solving adventures.
And what were the mosquitoes called?
Fuzzy, stingy.
It was a very, very low-rent 1950s French detective season that involved, at some point, the extraction of a tiny amount of blood from one of the suspects.
Do you know what else a mosquito can be other than a...
It was a World War II plane made out of wood.
Made out of wood, exactly, made out of balsa wood and plywood. What was their great raid?
Tuck shop.
I don't know, was it made into a film?
It was. There were 12 members of the Resistance, the Maquis, and they were due to be shot by the Gestapo. And the Allies would send in these 12 mosquitoes to bomb the chateau in Amiens, so all the prisoners would escape.
I can't believe that they just blow the bloody doors off.
Basically, that was
the whole place with 12 bombers.
You're right. What happened was they had to go down an avenue of poplars, which was so narrow they had to
Down
fly.
the avenue of poplars?
Yeah, but exactly like that. That's what you'll have to do. There were 700 prisoners in the prison. 102 were killed by the raid to start with. 74 were wounded.
Yeah.
Then 258 escaped, of which 179 were rounded up within the next few days by the Germans again.
My girlfriend's grandfather flew one of those, and he actually goes now and visits in Germany with the Luftwaffe pilot whose plane he shot down during the war. And they go and they sit around and, you know, go, ha, great days. But neither of them speak the other language. Like he doesn't speak German, the Luftwaffe doesn't speak English, but they sit there and
sit back
affect
and-
it. Yeah. the temptation if you're standing behind
And for over 50 years, that German man has been peeing in your granddad's tea.
We had an airfix model of one of those. I gave it to my dad for his birthday, and he made it before breakfast.
You put the transfers on?
Yeah, painted it and everything.
Yeah. That was a pain, because you had to put them in hot water and wait for them to slip off. And then, of course, with chubby 6-year-old fingers, you just end up covered in swastikas.
It's not a good look,
You go to school and they think you're in the BNP, and it's, no, I've been trying to make a hindcall, sir.
What happened, this is my question to you, what happened to 3/4 of the people accused of witchcraft in England?
Drowned, burned, killed.
We were much gentler than you might think. They were acquitted.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that saying the wrong message to witches, essentially?
We were apparently rather resistant to the idea of destroying witches in England, and unlike views espoused in so-called books, and I use the word book very loosely, like the Da Vinci Code. It is complete loose stool water. It is arse gravy of the worst kind. Anyway.
He's a blues singer.
Please welcome Loose Stool Water.
Very good. Excellent. Well, that particular panful of that material did claim that about 5 million women were burned or hanged around Europe for being witches. There's absolutely no evidence there's anything like as much as that. Probably about 500, probably less in England. And they weren't burned, they were hanged.
The lawyer would have said, maybe not go to court dressed like that.
Yeah. 2 possibly burned. That's the only evidence that 2 were burned. The rest were hanged, probably about 400 or 500 at the most. There are lots of Hammer films. The Devil Rides Out and those kind of things. Usually Peter Cushing, and sometimes, if you were very lucky, they would have Charles Grey in a huge white smock. Where do most tigers live?
Asia.
Most.
Asia.
What? I think you got in there first, didn't you? No, not true.
Not true?
No, not
Zoos.
No, not zoos, neither.
Las Vegas.
Well, America, certainly in America, private hands. Most big cats are in private hands.
Yeah, I had to do a photo shoot once with a tiger, and these 2 blokes turned up with a big, enormous chain and a tiger on the end of it, and they said, shouldn't really handle them after the age of 10 months. I said, how old's that one? He said, 11 months.
There's a wonderful animal handler woman, you know, a very gruff sort of woman. We were doing a scene once, this dog was just shagging everything. And this woman, they're a very odd mixture of severe and unbelievably twee. She said, any more of that behaviour? She said to the dog. We'll have a short, sharp visit from the smack fairy. It sounds like a drug dealer, exactly. Extraordinary.
Snack fairy.
Snack fairy. The answer to our tiger question is the United States, especially Texas. According to the National Geographic, there are more tigers kept as pets in the USA than there are remaining in their wild habitats in Asia. As many as 500 lions, tigers and other big cats in the Houston area alone. Who invented the theory of relativity?
Oh,
this is one of your...
Oh, so little trust in the world.
It was Albert Egmont. I'm not going to say.
He was a very great physicist.
Which one?
Theory of relativity.
Which one?
The theory of relativity. Not the special one, not the general one. Very good question. The first theory of relativity. That put to rest Aristotle's theory of absolute rest, in fact. Because you're a bit of an old science bod.
Yeah, but, you know, not in a way they'd like to be quizzed on television about.
I bet it turns out to be Einstein and an elaborate bluff.
How much do you want to risk the...
I have the cloak of doubt.
Big hitter. The biggest, really.
Newton.
Second biggest, then.
Einstein.
Oh, did you say Einstein? All that care! You took so much care not to say Einstein.
You know, fish bite hooks.
No, Galileo Galilei. I'm thinking of Galileo.
He just did telescopes.
Tell him. Put him right about Galileo. Just founder of more modern physics.
Could he make a good pasta sauce?
Anyway, there we are. Einstein was responsible for the special and the general theories of relativity in 1905 and 1915 or 16. 15, I think you're right, yes, respectively. But the original idea of relativity... Jeremy, how long would it take you to drive to outer space?
Outer space?
Yes, outer space. What is officially outer space?
That's 23 minutes.
I can believe that, actually.
Is outer space outer as in from Earth, or is it from the sun?
No, from...
It's just from us, and it's just above where I am. If you're tall, I'm nearly at the edge.
No.
And it's 600 miles.
It's actually...
to the top of the ionosphere. And that's widely considered to be the start of space. But whether that's considered to be outer space, I don't know. Are you counting that as outer space?
No, outer space begins, according to the Fédération Internationale d'Espace or something.
Who are French.
Yes, it's actually only 62 miles to outer space.
No, it isn't.
Straight up.
No, it isn't.
Oh, OK.
Wouldn't it depend on the traffic?
62 miles is what you're saying is outer space. Did you know there was a man called Joe Kittinger who once jumped out of a hot air balloon at that height? 1961?
Oh, dead Joe Kittinger.
No, he's not.
Just flag up one small thing.
Go on.
There isn't actually any sort of road system.
No.
Well, I've often wondered, why could you not, if it's only 62 miles to what people call space, why can't you just build a ladder? I mean, it can't be beyond the wit of man to build a ladder that just goes straight, and then you could walk up it, save a lot of bother.
Yes. Oxygen pack necessary, but...
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you've got an oxygen
Jet
pack,
stream.
maybe a lift.
Oh, a lift would be good.
Why
Once you get
couldn't
up
do
there,
that?
there's nothing really there, is there?
Not
It's
much.
a bit like Norfolk, isn't it?
You just be careful.
There's a rule with asking directions now, which men tend not to do, I think, as much as women, but if the person you ask says, drive on.
I've parked on their foot.
Or if they say, do you want the easy way to get there? No. I want to be tortured and left for dead on the side of the road. I was in Canada once, and I'm asking directions. I was trying to find this friend's farm, and I stopped this farmer, and he says, you go down the road about 3 miles, and then you'll see a big dead possum in the middle of the road. And go left there. Said, how do you know the dead possum will be there? And he said, well, would you pick up a dead possum?
Good. I was getting directions once on the phone, and I was actually writing them down. And I realised after about a minute, I'd stopped listening and started drawing. I had a great big elephant. Big bollocks on it and everything. And I just realised, and someone said, we were actually driving along, so I said, where is it? I said, well, you go down the left. Ooh.
If you ask a lady for directions, she'll ask you a question back. So if you say, do you know where the post office is? She'll say, do you want to buy a stamp? You find you're having a nice chat and everyone's friends.
Yeah.
But you have no idea where the post office is.
So there you are. If you could drive straight upwards, then it would take under an hour if you were going at about 60-odd miles an hour. Outer space is defined as anywhere outside a planet's atmosphere. According to the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale, this is 62 miles above the surface of the Earth. What's unusual about the New Guinea singing dog?
Did you say apart from the obvious?
Well, the obvious being that it's a singing dog, yes.
It's the only singing dog never to have been on Esther Ransom.
It's a tiny little dog in a huge bath of potpourri. He sings so high that no one can hear.
Well, we do. You can actually hear him sing if you want to. I think we've got him singing.
Right. Go on, then. That's like Gracie Fields falling off a cliff, isn't it?
Well,
rather pretty little dog. It's a mixture, supposedly, between a fox and a dingo.
But it has no feet.
Actually never moves. It's stuck in the ground.
Now that's where you're wrong, young Davis.
It's the only dog that climbs trees.
Yes is the right answer.
Well done.
Absolutely brilliant. Well done. Absolutely spot on. Like tigers, the New Guinea singing dog is also extremely rare in the wild and is best known from the 150 examples living in the US. There are more of those in the US than in its natural habitat. Again, dogs, like chickens, have an amazing... How many chromosomes have you got as a chicken, do you remember?
78.
78, well done. 78, God, you really are absolutely on fire, young David. Now, Jimmy, how many burglaries are committed in the UK by koalas every day?
Every day?
Yeah.
Well, I'm guessing it's quite a low figure. Now, are we talking breaking and entering or planning to deprive of property on a continual basis because they're different charges?
The thing about koalas is they are the most law-abiding of all the bears.
Of course, they're not bears.
Order! Order!
Yes, Alan.
They're not bears.
Thank you.
They've got a very long intestine. They sleep for 22 hours a day.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, all the indigenous mammals in Australasia are marsupials.
Are therefore not mammals.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, it's fantastic. Did you know that? They're cats. They're cats, all of them.
I think they're big. Try to say something clever. Sorry, back to the knob gags.
Well, no, fair point. The things that are almost like furry, if you but aren't.
Well, if I said almost like furry, I would have sounded like Alan. There'd be no point to that. I was trying to be all clever.
Sorry, that koala, it looks like he's waiting for the fire brigade.
Look at his paws, though.
I was going to say, what's your favourite bit of the koala?
The paws are gorgeous.
Do you like the little hand?
I like the cock.
Oh, stop.
I told you.
Fluffy ears, or the little hard-nosy bit.
I want you, though, to concentrate on the paws.
I like the lips toasted.
Concentrate. Yes,
I've
Jimmy.
got it. Fingerprints, because koala fingerprints are indistinguishable from human fingerprints.
Fingerprints is right, Jimmy. Well, let's have a look. Let's see some human prints, some koala prints, and maybe some chimpanzee prints. Which is which, would you say?
Human print is on the left. No, it's not. It's in the middle.
So what's that? Human in the middle?
Yes.
Right, and chimpanzee and...
Oh, chimpanzee is on the right, and that one over there, that's a koala. I'm mistaken.
Oh, I wonder if you're right. No, it's a human on the left and a koala in the middle and a chimpanzee on the right. And even under a scanning electron microscope, it's incredibly hard to see any difference between a koala print and a human print. And the chimpanzee is very closely
That's
related.
extraordinary, because the koala evolved in isolation in Australasia.
It's called convergent evolution, where things that are evolving completely separately come up with similar solutions.
Or they were all made by God.
Or they were all made by God. So anyway, koalas have fingerprints that are almost identical to human beings, and this was discovered by a Polish man called Henneberg, who is an anthropologist and paleopathologist, but also a dermatoglyphic expert. And the word dermatoglyphics means the study of fingerprints.
Yeah, of course it does.
And I'll give you 10 points if you can tell me what's unusual about this word. It shares a particular property with only one other word in the English language.
Does it have all the letters of the word dermatoglyphic?
Actually, the only other word that shares this property is the word uncopyrightable.
Is it the vowels in the right order?
No, they're the longest words in the English language, 15
Without
letters,
E in it?
with no repetition of a letter. Which all the letters are different.
That's
Simple
fantastic.
as that. Each of the panel also has, I believe, a swazzle, a small device used by professors of Punch and Judy. And what do they say with it? Oh, very good.
Which way does it go?
Now, you've also each got a joker. and you will find it has a squirrel on it. So when you think the right answer to any question this evening is squirrel or anything to do with squirrels, you press your buzzer, you play the card, and you shout squirrels. All right?
Without swazzles, Stephen? Without swazzles?
Without swazzles. No, don't shout squirrel with a swazzle. You'll swallow it.
It's impossible.
No, that... If you want to do that, it will take time. You don't want this... If you don't take your swazzles out very soon, I will kill you. Thank you. Yes. Well, at least you haven't swallowed it. You have to swallow one at least twice in order to be called the professor of Punch and Judy.
Is that your qualification?
Apparently.
Do they have to be there when you defecate? Yes, there it is. Congratulations, Professor. Does it go? Are you...
Cat derives from the Latin catulus, Clive.
That's the angriest looking cat.
Yes. It's furious. I want you to tell me what the word catulus means.
Well, it means cat. It obviously means something else before that. Okay.
We took the cat from catulus and described cats with it. The Romans didn't call their cats catulus, but...
Dogs.
Yes, is the right answer. Catulus
clue was there in the picture.
It was there. See what you see now. See what you see. The clue was on the picture there.
Hang on, another one's appeared.
What have you done to that cat, you filthy dog? The word rabbit's an interesting word, oddly enough, because
because that comes from the Latin for giraffe.
Well, they all know cat. It comes from kata, meaning down in Greek, as in all kinds of words beginning with kata. So it was described for puppies first, because the little things that hit the ground were the catulus, and became a word for a puppy and then for a dog. And we took the cat bit and called cats with it. Do you know what cataglottism is?
You get a cat stuck in your throat.
Yeah. It's a very old word, a much older word than the word you might use for French kissing. It means to put your tongue down someone's throat. Literally, put your tongue down. Cata, down, glot. Glottis, tongue.
Why is that cat so cross?
It is, isn't it?
Really, really
something
cross.
It's stapled to that table.
It's been made to pose for that photo.
I said I'll do a picture with two other cats. And I'm going to get onto my agent. I am not a dog. Second time this week. I'll do this one more, then I'm going.
It's a wonderful theory, because the more you look into its eyes, the crosser it seems to get, doesn't it? It's just absolutely... Yeah. Puss is actually from the ancient Egyptian, pasht, meaning cat, or moon, incidentally.
Why is pussy another word for front bottom?
I don't know, it's not my area of expertise. We've covered before... Now, this is the big one. 200 pointeroonies at stake. For those 200 points, what is that?
That's a cuttlefish.
Oh, I know what that is. That's a text message from someone who's very pissed.
It's a process, it's a happening, it's a, as it were, a chemical episode.
Is it some sort of an explosion?
That's brilliant. She's right.
Is there some sort of food stuff involved in it?
This is brilliant. My God.
No.
Did you do this at school?
Yeah, I did domestic science at school. And I know an explosion when I see one, and I think, and I'm only going on a hunch here, I think it's an explosion in a custard? Sort of a custard explosion.
How did you know that? I have to give a 200... Yeah, there's an old phrase, an explosion in a custard factory. That is what happens when custard explodes. There was an explosion in Norwich, in fact, my old manor, on the 21st of July last year. It's the oxidisation of glucose is what happens, and it can be pretty nasty. What custard facts can I offer you? There was a food survey conducted in the year 2000, and it was discovered that 99% of all British people recognised the brand Bird's custard. Bird invented it, Sir Alfred Bird, an eggless custard powder, because his wife was allergic to eggs. It was a kindness to his wife. He also gave the world baking powder in order to keep our boys in the Crimea in good bread. Remarkable man. Yeah. What do the French call custard? Coutard. You guessed, but no. They don't really have a word for custard. They don't believe it exists. I mean,
to say they just don't recognise...
Take some over and pour it on them.
Well, I mean, what we call custard, they call crème anglaise.
Yeah.
But they don't recognise... But what we call confectioner's custard, they just call crème and what they
You
make...
know what? I was in a restaurant today and it said apple pie with crème anglaise.
Yes, that's custard.
And I thought,
pathetic.
I'll have it anyway.
I think it was custard.
What would you say if you
well,
I want
stuffed,
custard on it? I'm afraid, sir, it does not exist. You have placed me into an existential quandary. I'm afraid I'll have to leave the restaurant. You, sir, you are bound.
Why would this is a restaurant in London? Why would they do that in London?
Ponciness,
What's
sheer
wrong with
pretension.
them? They don't want custard on the menu, do they?
No, exactly. They think it's in for dig.
I bet they make proper real custard instead of nice custard out of a packet.
Third custard. I must say I prefer real things.
And do you know what I love about custard? Viscosity. I love viscosity. Because when you put the spoon through, you have exactly the amount of push with the spoon.
You use the same amount of energy as you would if you were pouring water onto your pie.
Well,
Except in France, where you just do that over an invisible pole.
Did you know that if you have muesli, you can have it with water, it tastes the same as it does with milk?
Exactly.
Except less milky and you.
It's a lot better with Lambrusco, I have to say.
Tonight, any flamencos you give in Pyong score Barney, and I'll also give you two Sundays. It's Cockney rhyming slang. Any flamencos?
Flamenco dances, answers
in
Pyongyang
slang.
Score Barney, rubble, double.
Yes.
I'll give you two Sunday roasts, posts.
Sunday joints, points. If at any nickel and dime time, you woman who does buzz. Woman who does. That's all I can think of.
Oh, so we're doing middle-class Cockney rhyming slang.
A woman who does.
A woman who does.
Woman who does.
Want to lubricant me.
Yeah. Lubricant gel, tell.
Lubricant
You can tell me what I'm on about. It's a whole new genre of argot.
Yeah, a Labrador groomer.
What do you think your pantomimes would translate as?
Pantomime dames' names.
Yes.
Phil Jupiter's is Cockney rhyming slang for hypochondriac. Ill, dubious.
Ill dubious, very good. That's good. I like it. Rory.
Well, there are two official Rory McGraths, apparently. There's having a laugh, Rory McGrath. He's having a Rory. I'll have a Rory. That's a half.
And Bill?
Well, I imagine the only thing I think probably might be scaly. You know, your skin's gone a bit Bill Bailey, scaly, you know. You've got a bit of an Arthur Ashe on your Roberta. You know, it's gone a bit Bill Bailey.
What does Alan Davis give us, I wonder?
Doesn't really rhyme with anything apart from Mavis. Unless you know someone called Mavis.
Yes.
It's Alan Davis.
Mavis is the old word for a thrush.
Yep, it's a
so you
thrush.
could say, I've caught a bit of Alan.
Yeah, that's true.
It's gone a bit Bill Bailey.
Yeah. What's the commonest metal in the human body?
Ooh, that's a very good question.
Iron.
Iron? Oh dear, no.
I think it's mercury.
Oh dear.
I think it must be calcium.
Oh no, he's got it. He's got it. It's calcium. Absolutely right. £100. Right.
Because the bones are mainly calcium phosphate crystals, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wood.
Calcium, atomic number 20. Last year, I learned all the atomic numbers of all the elements.
Good Lord.
Because I was helping my son to revise. And I've actually tried to forget them as much as I can since then, because it's just been so embarrassing
Selenium?
to know them all. Selenium, 30 something.
I have no idea. I know it's close to arsenic because I saw
It's
it
34.
in the film Evolution.
It's 34. Selenium is 34, arsenic's 33.
Very good. Good.
But
We
calcium...
should really put railings round you and have children. come and stare
Calcium,
at
I
you.
presume, because calcium phosphate is the main constituent of bones.
Indeed, calcium is as a metal is almost never found in nature.
Phosphorus is, of course, I think 15.
Yeah, let's move aside from the slightly more...
You're doing atomic number wheelies now. Wow! You pull up outside pubs and go, selenium 32.
Calcium comes from the Latin calx, isn't it? Meaning a stone or a pebble, from which we get calculus and calculation and recalcitrant and all kinds of words. There you are. It was discovered in 1808 by Sir
I think
Humphrey Davy.
recalcitrant actually comes from calx meaning a heel, not calx meaning it's kicking back.
You're right. You should have points to that. It is indeed from a heel. You're quite right.
Now, this is a team game, isn't it? I'm on his team.
And what's another name for the common cormorant? Yes, Rory.
Sea crow.
Oh, very good. It is. That's the right answer. Any other...
The Latin name is Phylacrocorax.
What were you going to say?
Can I just give the Latin name? The cormorant is the Phylacrocorax carbo. The shag is Phylacrocorax aristotelis. It doesn't have the white face and the...
This is brilliant. I mean, this is everything I've got written down.
You get called tosser much?
Only...
Oh, no. Poor Rory.
It's a fair question. I only get called tosser by other people. The reason the sea crow is the actual word cormorant comes from Corvus marinus, which is the Latin for sea crow.
Old swatty.
Yeah. Phylacrocorax graculus would be... It's the crested cormorant, isn't it? Yes, because the graculus is a jackdaw.
No, a jackdaw is Corvus monedula.
Yes, it's another word. It's the actual Latin name. The actual Latin name for a jackdaw was graculus.
OK, Stephen, let's not fall out over this, Stephen.
No, it's what... No, I'm saying real Latin. No, you might be interested. Roman people actually call birds things before they want. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Sorry about that. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
There's a portal into the underworld here. It's ridiculous.
Anyway, I'm impressed with Rory, and I think everyone else is too. No, it's just...
I've got a feeling, Rory, that you have pulled.
We all know what to do with a custard pie, but Alan, what's a custard pile?
It's sort of yellow hemorrhoid. Shot in the dark, buildings in a geologically unsafe, some sort of liquid foundation.
That's a wonderful thought. Absolutely nothing like the answer, but a very good idea.
Squirrel. Is it squirrel?
No, it's not squirrel. It is an animal, on the other hand.
A custard pile.
Recognised colour from a breeders' association of a particular... Not a cat.
A dog.
Not even a mammal.
A ferret.
Not a mammal.
A goldfish.
No,
Lizard.
not a fish,
Lizard.
neither.
Lizard, some sort of lizard.
Not a lizard.
gecko.
And we're running out of major animal groups.
It's a bird.
Canary.
Not a canary.
Parrot.
A fighting bird.
A cock.
It's a cock. It's a fighting cock, a game cock.
What have you got? I've got killer lungeons, and I've got custard pile.
You can have cocks in muff. You can have... You can have tassel, spangle, carp legs, milk and water legs. Do you know anything about cocking at all?
Well, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but...
For 2,000 years was Britain's national sport, cockfighting. Every village would have at least one cockpit. Can you think of any phrases that come from cockfighting we use today? Cockpit is one. Yep. Well done. Show a clean pair of heels, well-heeled. To pit someone against. You describe someone as game, as in being up for it. That's from cockfighting. Yeah. It says here, a good cocker would think nothing of cleaning his cock's wounded head by sticking it in his mouth and sucking it clean.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're watching QI for the straight guy.
Yeah. His first Prime Minister, team, panel, friends.
Wasn't it Walpole?
Walpole? Oh, no. Shame on you. No, it wasn't.
Lord Snooty.
Pitt.
Oh! Oh, but you meant the younger. Yes, you meant the younger.
The elder was a tree, wasn't he?
Was it some sort of king that proclaimed himself the Prime Minister before he handed over power?
No, he was a politician. It was in the last century.
Cromwell?
Oh, it was 100 years ago, almost exactly, that he became Prime
Israeli?
Minister. 100 years ago, well, never mind, no. 100 years ago would be 1905, wouldn't it?
This show favours people who know stuff.
No, it's so unfair.
Someone like Rosie MacDonald?
No, he was a bit later. 1905 to 1908.
Campbell Bannerman.
Henry Campbell Bannerman. Well done, thank you, absolutely. Henry Campbell Bannerman. He's not perhaps the best known of our Prime Ministers, but he ought to.
He was one of triplets as well.
He was actually a very good Prime Minister. He introduced old age pensions, he fought for the poor.
He was the first Prime Minister. What were they called?
They were called First Lord of the Treasury before that. He was the first one to be called Prime Minister.
First Lord of the Treasury?
Yeah, they're still First Lords of the Treasury if they're Prime Minister, but they're Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury now. Before they were simply... They used the word Prime Minister sometimes as an insult, but they were never called Prime Minister until 1905.
What was Ethelred the Unready?
He was a king. Yes. His last words, Henry Campbell Bannerman, were, "This is not the end of me." The term Prime Minister was first officially used in 1905, just 5 days after Campbell Bannerman became one. And Sir Robert Walpole generally recognised... There were 7 Roman emperors who bore the name Caesar, not counting Julius, who started the whole thing, but of course wasn't himself an emperor. We all know what he did. He came, he saw, he conquered. But what did Nero do?
Fiddle, drum, Rome.
Oh, did you say that? Oh, Joe, he didn't fiddle while Rome burned, no.
He had a concrete swimming hat.
He was very, very...
He did rather.
Very productive, wasn't he, Nero? He built most of Rome, not the Rome you see.
Well, he rebuilt it after it was burned down, indeed.
Did he have an enormous gold statue of himself built? Incredibly vain and stupid. And
Vain
people
is the
didn't like
word.
him.
His dying words were, "What an artist dies in me." And he played...
Was there someone in him?
And of course... Small Fauviste painter has just perished inside my being. Well, anyway, no, of course, the fiddle didn't exist in Roman days. The fiddle was invented, in the 15th century, I think, something like that. So he would have played Cicero or something, a sort of lyre-like thing.
But was he doing it like a sort of fire engine alarm? Like...
Well, there's some evidence he did try and put the fire out, actually. He blamed a small sect of people for the fire. It was a very useful scapegoat.
The gays?
No. Even smaller, slightly less well-dressed, and oddly enough, to this day, enemies of the gays.
It wasn't the Chavies.
No, even worse than the... It was
Coptics?
those damned Christians, yes. Nero, played by Christopher Biggins, of course, in TV's popular I Clavdivs.
I Chapdivs.
Yeah. Some people think he may have even been playing bagpipes when he was watching...
Christopher Biggins? No, he is actually that side. Bagpipes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
No, can't be having it.
They have this tuning, and it's on. Scots do that when they talk. I'm not sure. Very odd, though. So anyway, there we are. There's old Nero. Whatever he was, he was eventually booed off, of course, and succeeded by a more popular entertainer who was called Galbus, Servius Galbus Caesar Augustus, to be precise. And he got rid of bagpipe performances and he replaced them with tightrope walking elephants. What are the contents of the Queen's handbag?
I don't think I've ever seen the Queen get anything out of her handbag. She's certainly never done that thing that women do, you know, where they go, "It's in here somewhere, I know." So my suspicion is that she probably has nothing in her handbag. I think it's probably a kind of social defence. And it means she doesn't have to hold Prince Philip's hand, look.
The Little Book of Calm. And mace spray. Because there's a lot of people around her who get too close. There's men in big hats. It's like, you know, back off, back off!
Apparently the Queen does carry money, but a lot of people think she doesn't, but apparently she, for Sundays, she always has money, an unspecified denomination, folded in her handbag there. And also she has a comb, apparently, a handkerchief, a small gold compact, and a tube of lipstick. Maybe she gets upset if she carries a fiver, saying, God, I used to be so pretty.
She's got a deep-fried curly-whirly in there. She's got to have some pleasure.
Yeah. Ah,
She
yes.
sits in the loo
What
and
do they
she
look
just
like?
eats
Oh,
it
yes, like that.
quietly in the toilet. She crams it all in when no one's looking. I'm all right.
What's the connection between Nancy Kerrigan and Wrong Way Corrigan? Yay.
She was the skater who had her legs smashed by Tonya Harding.
Absolutely right.
And he was another skater who had his legs smashed by another skater.
That's not right, but the link is, what was Tonya Harding doing? I mean, essentially in a very violent and appalling way.
She was trying to eliminate her rival from the competition.
She was cheating.
Wrong Way Corrigan was a shamed porn star. In the 70s.
He looks like Edward Fox there, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's a jockey, isn't he?
No, he was a famous cheat. He had a ticker tape parade in Manhattan where more than 1 million people turned up in the streets. He was inspired by a man called Lindbergh. He was determined to fly across the Atlantic, although Lindbergh had already done it. They told him he wasn't allowed to because his aeroplane wasn't up to snuff. It was a mess. It was an old crate. So what he said happened was he flew from New York to California, but he ended up in Dublin Airport. And he flew across the Atlantic, but claimed that he'd just gone the wrong way by mistake. And to his dying day, he claimed that it was just an error in that, you know, he'd lost one of his compasses. But he was known as Wrong Way Corrigan.
Did he ever look out of the window? Because, hey...
He couldn't see. It was night, it was foggy, he says.
It can't have been night for 3,000 miles.
But he does look like Eddie Fox in The Day and the Jackal. But he said, it's going to cost you a lot of money.
Doesn't it?
Mm. Eddie Fox, the only man with a bicep in his face. Wallace, I'm going to have to abdicate.
I was in a play in Chichester years ago, 20-odd years ago. The first play I was ever in. And he was in another play, but I got to know the DSM, as they're called, the Deputy Stage Manager, very well. And she'd not met him, and he suddenly appeared and put a hand on either shoulder and leant into ear and said, if we do go to bed together, it'll be strictly on my terms. Hell of a pick-up line, isn't it?
Ed was one of these guys who says that he just upstairs into space and suddenly says something. And he was sitting in a dressing room, possibly at Chichester again, actually, and he said, I'm so glad there are no homosexuals in this company. Everyone just looks at him. The other lot in the Antony and Cleopatra play are an absolute fleet of Berties.
Which of these would you rather have on your Quidditch team? A Muggle, Hagrid, or Dumbledore?
Is it the one that looks like Julius Caesar who's about to be sick in a bucket?
I don't know which one that is.
On the left.
Oh, see, yes, it does. I think that's Dudley, is it?
Yeah.
The point is, in a lot of J.K. Rowling's work, the words are real, and Dumbledore is a real English word, as is Hagrid, as is Muggle. And I want you to tell me what they really mean.
Dumbledore's going to be some sort of a term for a village idiot, I think.
Well, funnily enough, yes, it became that. In Thomas Hardy's Under the Greenwood Tree, it means a slow simpleton. It's used as a bit of a Dumbledore, but actually it has an original earlier meaning, yeah?
Is there not a Hagrid reference in one of the Thomas Hardy books?
There may well be.
I don't know, one of the Thomas Hardy books. I don't know which
I've
one.
read, I mean, I've seen
sure
the longer form, Hagridden, I've seen many times, but start with...
Monster-like.
Start with Muggle. Do you know where the word Muggle might first have been
Sounds
used?
like some sort of woodland creature or something furry.
Actually, it's an American Jazz Age word. It's a drug.
It's a marijuana.
Marijuana is the right answer. Muggle was a word for marijuana, for cannabis, and indeed more particularly for people who smoked it. They were muggles.
Really?
People who smoked marijuana were called muggles.
That's hilarious.
But what's the next word, then? We've got Hagrid, which is used in Thomas Hardy. You're right, in the Mayor of
I've seen it in the
Casterbridge.
longer form, Hagridden.
Yes, Hagridden. Very good.
Try that.
Clever of you.
It means hag-ridden. Oh! It means a bony old horse.
It's a mare.
It's a nightmare.
Yes.
It's a nightmare involving a horse. No.
Was there somebody chasing through?
If you had bad dreams, you were said to be hag-ridden.
Oh, that's great.
That your
isn't it?
witches had come to you in the night. You were hag-ridden.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, to be Hagrid.
Is that a drunk person not finding the toilet?
Well, it's a... since records began... That's horrible. When people sleep...
They'll be terrible when they wake up.
That's a relationship that's not going to survive, isn't it?
When people sleep badly these days, they think they've been probed by aliens, but before the idea of aliens came, it was goblins and witches and demons and hags. And that's what hag-ridden means.
What's the horse doing?
That's the nightmare.
He's operating the video.
Very good.
With his big hooves.
So that leaves us with Dumbledore, which, as you say, has been used to mean a slight simpleton. There's the great Gambon. But it had an earlier meaning, and the first half of it...
Dumble.
Dumble. Think of a rhyming word for dumble.
Jumble.
Mumble, mumble, crumble.
Mumble.
Not mumble.
Mumble.
Bumble.
Yes.
Bumblebee. It's a type of bee.
It is a bumblebee.
I've redeemed myself.
Yeah, there were different ways of saying it. A daw means a humming insect in Old English. So a Dumbledore was a bumblebee.
That's great.
That's what the word means. It's rather nice.
Wow. That's great.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Pleasing.
I can't believe I didn't know it.
No.
I'm really annoyed.
There you
I missed out on more precious points.
Is it hard to hang on to a hagfish? There's a hagfish. Yes?
It releases mucus
The hagfish.
to defend itself,
It does,
which works in real life. If anybody ever comes at me, I just sneeze at them and they're backing off.
But I don't think you could produce the kind of slime that a hagfish
You don't
could
know
produce.
me. I'm very young and fertile.
Would you like to see, have a look at a hagfish releasing slime and tell me you could produce as much? Here's someone manipulating it. That is producing that. It can turn a bucket of 20 litres of water into slime
That's
in minutes.
Great party piece.
Isn't it?
I actually think my baby daughter might be a hagfish. Yeah, because that's nothing. to be honest with you, I've got that on my trousers every morning.
It also can tie itself into knots, which is another impressive thing. It literally does a slip knot or an overhand knot. It's quite bizarre.
Given the choice, if I had to have special powers, I'd like to be bitten by one of them. Because excreting mucus would be... You know, because like Spider-Man, he's all very well, do a bit of climbing and that.
Slime
but imagine
boy.
if you just sat in a chair and somebody went, do your thing, and she went... It would be fantastic. It'd be brilliant. Because if somebody tried to get you in a headlock, you just go...
That's exactly it. That's what it does.
Yeah, Ross, superheroes are meant to help people. How would you help people with this mucus? You know, like Spider-Man helps people. How would you help people with this mucus?
Oh, there's a child who's got his head in the railings. Oh, no. This... Oh,
yeah, that's a really good comic book story, isn't it?
This gravy is unnecessarily runny.
Hagfish are hard to hold because they tie themselves in a knot and ooze slime in all directions. I before E, fingers on buzzers, accepting after...
Please!
C.
No, that just isn't a rule. Why isn't it a rule?
Because of
words where
it's not.
Yeah.
E becomes
because of the
before I have to see.
Because there are more exceptions to the rule than the rule itself, by quite a long way.
Who's counted?
Ceiling.
They've been counted. Would you like to know?
One.
God.
Yeah, there are 923 English words that have a C-I-E in them.
Do we have to name them all?
No. you're let off, but name
Happy
some.
New Year.
Ceiling.
No, that's C-E-I.
See, yeah, that's what you said.
No. The rule, the supposed rule is...
except after C.
But I'm saying, in fact, there are 923 which break that rule.
Receive.
So hang on, if it's I before E except after C,
Yeah.
we're looking for words where E follows C, aren't we?
No. No. The rule is it should be CEI, according to that.
Oh, but you're saying it's wrong.
There are 923
I know one, which it isn't.
Yeah.
Ceiling. That's not one. Ceiling isn't one.
No.
Ceiling isn't one of the ones you're looking for.
Yes, I want the ones I am looking
That's
for.
right. So I repeat my answer and I say not
Lee,
ceiling.
I'm looking for the ones I'm looking for.
You're looking for the ones you're looking for.
So give me a CIE.
Ceiling?
I may explode at any minute.
CIE.
Seat is CIE.
Yeah, those are the ones that conform to the rule.
Okay, the rule is looking pretty good right now, because...
Glacier? Species?
Yes, but now I know them, and I didn't think I knew any.
Yeah. The point is there are lots and lots and lots. These are ones with EI without the C in front, obviously, as well as the CIE, concierge.
Oh, you don't even have to have a C in it now.
No, they're EI. Are you incapable of rational thought? You cannot be that stupid.
You've really...
You cannot be that...
Stephen, can I just say, you really are going to have to work on your Bruce Forsyth. Are you really capable of rational thought? I mean, really?
This is not a
tell you.
game. This is QI.
Are you a human being? I don't think you are.
No. Work it out.
These words don't count. They're not even English words.
Well...
You can't have hacienda and concierge.
Yeah, but there are... The point is there are 21 times as many words that break the rule than don't.
However, if you want to spell ceiling...
If you want to spell ceiling...
Remember,
or receipt.
Or conceit, or
except after
deceit.
C.
Yeah. But if you want to spell veil and weird...
Yeah, but there's no C in them.
No. It's I before E every time, except after C. But in weir, that's the point.
I see.
Yeah.
They're You cannot be that stupid!
He said it and you're looking at me! How do I get the blame for his stupidity? I've got my own blame.
Wow!
Daniel, you're the only person on this show who isn't a complete idiot.
Why shouldn't you crack your knuckles?
Oh. Is there lasting damage? Can you do lasting damage on the bone?
Oh, you just did it.
Oh, no.
Problems?
Oh.
There's
I mean, I think it's an old wives' tale that actually, if you do that, it causes arthritis. Yeah. Because there was a famous doctor called Dr. Unger who believed that it did, and for 50 years, this doctor every day cracked the knuckles on his left hand and didn't on his right.
Well, but the story is that his mother, when he was very young, he cracked the knuckles on both hands. And his mother said, "You do that, honey, you'll get arthritis." And he thought, well, being of a scientific turn of mind already as a child, he thought, I will test this by only doing it on the fingers of my left hand.
Arthritis, and I'll show you how.
Exactly. So he did it on his left hand only, and for 60 years he cracked it. And then he had various tests, and there was no suggestion of arthritis on the left hand more than the right.
So you can crack
and he
your knuckle.
apparently shouted up, "You were wrong, mother, you were wrong."
Oh.
I've wasted my life.
You were wrong, man, you were wrong.
When did slavery become a criminal offence in England? It
I
was
bet
not
it was
in the
one of
19th
these odd little new labour laws in about 1996, 7, 8.
What an odd law to outlaw slavery. It's political correctness gone mad.
I only mean odd in the sense that it's a bit late.
Yes, that's exactly right. It was 1807 when the slave
1807
trade
was
was
the
ended, and then finally in 1834 it was illegal anywhere in the British Empire to own a slave. It has never been illegal to have a slave in England until April 2010. I'm saying I could have had you as a slave legally.
You mean this series I'm finally free?
Yes!
But you know what? I mean, one of those slaves who just goes back to the master. I don't know what to do. I work for you anyway, please.
I'll tell you one thing is that there are now estimated to be 27 million people held essentially in bondage, in slavery on this planet.
But the show will be over soon, you can go.
Yeah.
Right now?
More than there ever were in the days of cotton picking and so on.
27 million?
27 million.
In the world?
Yeah, that is the estimate. It's pretty grim problem still, slavery. The point is, it was never illegal in England because it was never recognised as state of being.
Oh, there's all
There was
kinds
no
of-
such-
I wish I'd known that.
There were, there were laws against kidnapping and abduction and false imprisonment and sexual trafficking and all the other things that we might associate with slavery. But it was not illegal for one human to own another human, which it now is.
So this is a law this isn't one of those laws where they thought, oh, that needs clearing up. It's a loose end from history.
It kind of was. In 1967, there were a number of obsolete crimes that were taken care of. Barratry had been illegal right up to 1967, which is vexatious lawsuits.
Oh,
Barratry.
Building of
vexatious.
Yeah, what they call a vexatious litigant. Somebody just keeps...
Dorothy Squires.
Yes.
Dorothy Squires, the singer Dorothy Squires, towards the end of her life, when she did have a mania, but she was probably the last person to be done for vexatious litigants.
And if you kept prosecuting someone for it, you'd be prosecuting them.
Yourself?
Yeah, well, it's completely... Anyway, there's scolding. Scolding was a crime in 1966, but not in 1967.
With hot water, you mean?
No, not scalding. Scalding. Scalding!
That was a crime.
You! What time of the night do you call this, Eddie Izzard?
12.
Yes.
12:30.
Well, they'll give you a good scolding.
And that was illegal?
That was illegal.
Illegal?
Yeah.
And now it's legal?
Eavesdropping was illegal. Challenging someone to a fight was also illegal until 1967.
What about going round and round and roundabout more than 3 times?
It certainly wouldn't have been a medieval law, would it?
Well, I don't know. And if you're in a horse and cart, you have a couple of hours spare.
On a medieval roundabout.
On a medieval roundabout.
Yes. Anyway, there you are. Due to a quirk of English law, it only became a criminal offence to keep a slave in the year 2000. Oh, the humanity. It's time for general ignorance, so fingers on buzzers, if you please. Name the fastest human runner of all time.
Now.
I'm going to go Usain Bolt.
What? He is.
Well, he is. Did you not watch it? It was on telly. He's called Bolt, for God's sake. What more do you want?
The argument for him being one of the fastest is strong, but...
It's, him winning and being the fastest?
He won that race.
He won that race, yes.
But humans...
you think you're faster, too?
No, I don't think I am. I think T8 was faster.
T8?
T8.
Who's that?
It's a fossilised footprint in Australia of an Aboriginal people. And you can tell from the strides that they ran really fast.
What were they running from?
The white man.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, good reason to. Usain Bolt can reach 27 miles per hour for a second
Which is very, very impressive. But again, rabbits run at 35 miles an hour, and that's much more exciting.
It is not as fast as a rabbit.
It's not as fast as Jimmy Carr when it's his round.
Hey. 20,000 years ago, on the Gold Coast, they discovered these footprints. One of the males was running at 23 miles per hour, but, all right, so Usain Bolt can travel 27 on a running track with spiked shoes, whereas T8 was in mud, barefoot, and was accelerating. We don't know how much faster he got. It seems likely that he was faster than Bolt, and anyway, it's quite likely also that he wasn't the fastest of his 150,000-strong tribe. So anthropologists believe that he could have gone up to about 28 miles.
In fairness, Usain Bolt wasn't being chased by a lion, was he?
There is also that, yeah, that's
For all
true.
we know, he could have been like a fat bloke who was about 45. And all the others were really fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing like 48 miles an hour. How do they actually tell? Is it the stride length?
I think it is. I mean, it's, stride length, depth of impress. You can be pretty accurate about it.
Maybe they just had a rock in the shape of a foot and they did it for a laugh.
Maybe. On your way there, though, how would you spot a Neanderthal if you saw one on a bus?
He'd be the one who comes and sits next to me. Nearly always.
Yeah.
He's the one already sitting next to me because I'm married to him.
This is going to be the humiliate my husband show.
Yeah, he doesn't watch this. It's all right.
Oh, fine, OK.
He doesn't really understand it.
Is he the one looking at the wheels going, what the hell?
Have they got the lump and great forehead, or is that the Cro-Magnon?
Well, the point is, actually, we'd be very hard put to tell the difference if they wore a T-shirt. Admittedly, you'd say, well, it's an unusual looking
That's
person.
our producer.
Yes, but if you imagine... if, and I dream of it, we shaved and dressed our producer one day, popped her on a bus... she might look like a normal person. That's, the point is that they...
So far, we haven't.
No, we've not managed that yet.
He looks like... Is that
A model?
That's a model of how they might look. Unfortunately, we think of them as incredibly stupid, but they had religious rites, they buried their dead, they made ornaments. At one point, we were one species that diverged, and these two branches of humanity lived in Europe. In fact, Neanderthals lived in Europe for 4 times longer than we ever have. They had a long period of living there.
And did we cross over?
We did cross over, and no one quite knows why they went extinct, whether we bullied them, whether we outsmarted them. They were stronger than us.
Right.
We invented the bus, though.
We did. They didn't invent the bus. No, you can't get on that one. But about 1 to 4% of our DNA is Neanderthal, so we crossbred.
So were there ever, for instance, Homo sapiens who married Neanderthals? You imagine a wedding like that?
Yeah.
It's going to be a punch-up in a car park.
Yeah. Go to Basildon any Saturday night.
I'm glad you said that.
Sorry. No.
I just want to tour again one day.
Of Norfolk.
Yeah. But no, the fact is, yes, you're right. I mean, there was interbreeding. And there are many theories. Some think that we, Homo sapiens, as it were, kept Neanderthal girls as sex slaves, but it's very possible it was the other way around, because they were stronger than us. But certainly there was a lot of interbreeding, but for some reason they died out.
Probably the first genocide, first of many that we proudly executed over the many centuries.
Maybe we just teased them to death. They couldn't take it anymore.
Wonderful.
I know I'm ugly and stupid.
So politically incorrect.
Oh, I can run fast. Oh, you're really good.
Why are they called Neanderthal?
Is it an anagram?
Probably is. Anagram of leather dant.
Leather dant. Leather dant.
But no.
That's a period in time, isn't it?
No, it's not actually. It's just simply a valley near Dusseldorf in Germany where they were found Neanderthal. There were many other. Can you name other species?
I do like the idea, though, of having
Homo
another
australis.
species of human that is just a little bit stupid, but, you know, friendly, and lived with us and were quite happy just to do all the jobs and stuff for us.
Well, it's Brave New World, isn't it? Exactly. The
I like the
gammas.
idea of it, I have to say. I mean, I'm not a nutter or anything.
No.
But I like the idea of... Who wouldn't mind, either? They'd be very simple and
could be your sex slave.
obliging.
Yep,
Yeah.
Can we go back to the picture of the man that looks like a gnome?
Oh, yes.
Where's
the producer.
There. Yeah, I don't really fancy that as a sex slave, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not being overly fussy, I just think...
Yes.
Bearing in mind, though, Jimmy, this is before the invention of electric light. You know, it's gloomy.
Yeah.
Be in a cave.
It's cold.
You be in a cave, it's cold.
Have a few beers, you'd be fine.
He's quite a friendly-looking bloke, isn't he, really? For a Neanderthal?
Yes, definitely. But if you gave him, and when I say him, I mean a Neanderthal man, a tracksuit and a haircut, he would attract no more attention than any of the other nutters. When might you engage in paradoxical undressing?
So you're undressing, but you're actually dressing?
No, it's not really paradoxical.
Is it physics or some physics or mathematics?
No.
Is it counterintuitive undressing?
That's much more what it is.
So taking your clothes off if Jeremy Clarkson asks you would be...
Meow.
Would be silly.
It's taking your clothes off when taking your clothes off looks like the worst possible idea you could have.
Is it some effect of hypothermia? Is it some mental thing that does to you?
It may be mental, it may be physical. It's not quite understood, but one of the...
Oh, that is very unpleasant.
Yes.
Can we go back to the previous picture?
Yeah, it's one of the peculiar side effects of hypothermia when you're actually dying of cold.
You feel
hot. Almost the last thing you do, very commonly, not always, is take all your clothes off. And people think it may be a delusional thing, but it also is part of the fact that your blood vessels near your skin tend to just give up and open. And it may be that people feel very hot. Because you never survive once you've got to that stage, you can't actually ask someone why they did it. But it is a common thing for people to do, and they're
I went in freezing water once in New Zealand, and I screamed a lot and swam about a bit, and then I got out and I was completely shocking, livid pink, and felt hot.
Well,
so that was perhaps seconds from death then.
Maybe you were. Maybe you're one of the few who survived it.
Yeah.
Well, what sort of temperature do you think would start you on the road to hypothermia? Body temperature, I don't mean outside temperature.
What's the temperature in here?
Really, I'd say pretty quickly. I don't think you'd have to drop much, maybe 4 or 5 degrees below normal body
Basically, that's right, 35 degrees Celsius, once your body temperature starts to get below that. And interestingly, in the coldest cities in the world, hypothermia is very rare. It's much more common in places like Britain, where it doesn't get very cold at all. There's a very remarkable Briton called Lewis Pugh. Have you heard of Lewis Pugh? He's a man who's able to control his own body temperature. He does endurance cold swimming. As far as we know, he's the only person known to science who can do what he can do. He can swim in cold conditions unlike anybody else, and he is able to raise his body temperature at will. It's completely startling. He can stop himself shivering. He is really an incredible figure, and we contacted him. And he said that he thought he could do this...
he's not coming in here because it's free.
He said he thought he could do this because he had trained himself, as it were, over years and years and years to do these endurance swims in incredibly cold waters. And then his body, as it were, saw it coming and prepared for it. That was his only explanation. But
cold water has a bad effect on a boy. I mean, he looks good there. I bet he doesn't fill his swimming trunks when he gets home.
Well, maybe that. How would you like to spend 2 weeks lying on a pile of parrotfish droppings covered in phenyl benzimidazole, sulfonic acid? Does that sound like a good...
Is that sun cream?
Oh, very good. Excellent. Excellent. So, that may not be such a bad thing after all.
So it's lying on a beach covered in sun cream?
Yes, most people would like it, but parrotfish droppings is a very special kind of beach, the kind we'd most like.
White sand?
White sand, soft white Coral Island sand is parrotfish droppings. It's called a parrotfish because it has a beak, like a parrot's beak, and it scrapes away and eats at coral, and it excretes this white sand. And each fish will excrete over 1 ton of it in a year.
Good work.
And there are lots of them. And that builds up as the white, soft sand that is the particularly prized sand of such a beautiful island as that, for example.
Each fish excretes 1 ton of...
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What, a single parrotfish like that?
Not, yeah. Every single day, it's eating it. It's a ton a year.
It's eating? A ton a... Well, I suppose, yeah, you're pushing out. Constantly...
So how much does the average man excrete in a year? I don't know, I'm looking at you. Why don't you know that?
I'm afraid I don't.
Your classical education has failed you.
Stephen knocked that up in an afternoon.
The average man will excrete the Isle of Sheppey.
By lunchtime.
And the sun cream? What's the maximum sun protection factor at the SPF you could...
50, isn't it?
50.
50.
What does it mean when it's SPF 50?
It means you can stay 50 times as long in the sun as you
really...
would do if you would say, for example, the sun was so hot you were going to burn in 1 minute.
Yeah.
If you put that on, you can stay 50 minutes.
Yes, that's right.
Or if you put it on in England, you could stay for a lifetime.
The notorious pirate Blackbeard has just given me a map. What does the X mark?
The spot.
If anything, I suppose he gave me, maybe it would be his signature because he probably can't write. Most pirates couldn't. The fact is, there is no case in history that anyone knows of pirates burying treasure and drawing maps with X's on. It all comes from
Treasure Island.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson. Why would a pirate want to bury treasure? I mean, you know, it should
Stop the other pirates getting it.
Yeah, but he's got to spend it. That's
No, they
what
can
do.
hardly go to Bradford and Bingley, can they? Oh, you're a chest full of doubloons and booty. Yes, would you like fixed term or extended income?
Oh, God, I went to the Bradford and Bingley and got stuck behind a bloody pirate. Yeah. I was there for my whole lunch hour.
I have 20 Portuguese ore.
That's why they brought in those pens on the chains, because they couldn't get it with a hook. They'd be like that, and they couldn't... So they just hook the pen, it would go like that, and then you just do this.
Yeah, there are a lot of myths about pirates. There's no known pirate to have
Man's face is the colour of a strawberry. That's incredible.
What, you know who that is?
No, I don't.
Right, it's Robert Newton.
Oh,
Robert Newton, yeah. Who really invented pirate speak.
Yeah.
Our Jim Lad.
That's
Robert
all
Newton.
from him.
In fact, Tony Hancock's career started as a Robert Newton impersonator. That's what Tony Hancock did. That was his act. There's an International Talk Like a Pirate Day, isn't there, in September?
Somalian.
Somalian?
I met a kid from Somalia.
Yeah?
He came up alongside me on his push bike. He said, "You is on TV, innit? You is on TV, innit?" And I said, "Yes, yes, nice to see you." Don't walk away, don't walk away. You've got to help me get into TV. And I said, "OK, well, how do I get in?" I said, well, you know, join your local drama group. I don't know what I said to him. He goes, I'm Somalian, but I can do Eritrean.
There may be a demand for that, you know, somewhere.
I said, I'll see what I can do. I'll speak to the producers of Jonathan Creek.
On that bombshell, pirates very rarely buried treasure. They preferred to spend it, and they never once used a map with an X on it to help them locate it.
So, we're currently now, not giving too much away, in a studio in London. Where is the nearest piece of American soil to us here?
Grosvenor Square?
Is it?
The fact is, most people wrongly think that you're right that the American embassy is in Grosvenor Square at the moment, though they're about to move it. But an embassy is not considered the sovereign soil of the nation whose embassy it is. It belongs to Britain, the soil there. It's not American soil. This is a myth, this idea that the moment you step foot, you're on American soil. They wanted to buy the lease. Who owns Grosvenor Square?
Duke of Westminster.
The Duke of Westminster. The Grosvenor family, yeah, the Duke of Westminster. And they asked for the freehold. And do you know what he said? He said, yes, if you give my family back the state of Virginia, which you confiscated from us, you can have that. So they decided not to.
Good work, Duke of Westminster. I like him already.
But there is American soil in Britain, and the nearest to us is in Surrey. It's a tiny area. It's a memorial. A place in Surrey famous for an extraordinary British event in the year 1215. Do you know what happened?
Signing of the Magna Carta.
Yes,
I know where it is. Runnymede.
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 Yes. But what is the memorial in Runnymede?
There's a JFK memorial.
It's the memorial to John F. Kennedy.
I've been there. I've been there.
Yeah. And it's deliberately these sort of isometric, or whatever the word is, asymmetric steps, this slightly higgledy-piggledy, suggest a journey of pilgrimage towards him, and it is officially American soil. What conclusion did the great biologist Stephen Jay Gould draw from a lifetime study of fish?
Oh.
Yeah.
They haven't got any legs.
Is that his lifetime study?
Well, no. It wasn't his lifetime study of a fish.
Yeah. He was,
After a while, they smell.
he's a bit thick, and he just stared at me, and they haven't got any legs.
Starfish don't have brains. It's the kind of Louis Walsh of the aquatic world. They really don't have brains, they're starfish.
And they're not really fish, aren't they, starfish, to be honest?
Well, the word fish is in there, which kind of qualifies them, I think.
Well, is a starfish a fish? Is a jellyfish a fish?
Well, yeah,
cuttlefish a fish?
Yes, I know. But the starfish...
crayfish is a lobster.
There's a division, isn't there, in the world, whether it should be down to sort of experts in biology, whether things are fish, or whether it should be down to menus.
Yes.
Certainly, for example, a crayfish comes under fish in a menu.
He looks like he's reading the sell-by date on that.
He does. Stephen Jay Gould was very great. He's dead now. He's very great. He won a Nobel Prize. He was a paleontologist and an extraordinary biologist. And he came to a conclusion which is...
They can feel no love.
No, that they... that there is no such thing as a fish. A fish has no biological meaning. There is just...
Well, I'm absolutely right. Go with menus.
On a menu it does. But in a menu, a fish is not the same as shellfish or seafood, is it?
It often comes in the same bit and separate from pudding.
Things that live in the sea.
Fish and a pudding are different.
How can something not be something? Something can't be not something, can it? But if you've created a something, then something has to be that something, otherwise you haven't created a something. So it has to be a fish, if there is the idea of a fish in the first place.
I swear there's a philosophy somewhere.
Slow down, Plato.
There's some sort of ontological argument going there, and of course to us that we use the word fish. But biologically speaking, a salmon is more related to, say, a camel than it is to a hagfish. Like, there are lots of things that fly, like a bumblebee flies, a vulture flies, and there are flying lizards. They're not all birds.
No.
But we call things that swim in the sea fish, and actually, biologically, evolutionarily, they have absolutely nothing to do with each other at all. So, after a lifetime study of fish, biologist Stephen Jay Gould concluded that there's no such thing as a fish. But now it's time for a round of quick-fire hypotheticals.
Quick-fire hypotheticals!
So, all you have to do is tell me the first thing that comes into your head, basically, all right? It's a quick-fire hypothetical question. Let's say you found a fallen tree in the forest, right? Obviously, it fell down before you arrived, but did it make a sound as it fell?
Ooh,
No.
going to say yes.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, do you know where this question comes from, as it were?
It's a
Bishop
famous
Berkeley. Bishop Berkeley, yeah.
philosophical question, isn't it?
That if there's no one to hear a sound,
is there a sound?
Is there a sound? It depends so much what you mean by sound, doesn't it?
Well, there isn't, because sound is the vibration of the eardrum. There is no sound
Is it?
if there's no one to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends, though, because part of the definition of sound is that there has to be a recipient for the sound.
Yeah.
Doesn't there? There's the thing that makes the noise, and there's the transmission of the noise, and then there's the reception of the noise.
Yeah.
But if there's no reception of the noise, then maybe the noise doesn't exist.
Other things are still vibrating, but whether that vibration counts as a sound or not is a
That's the definition of sound is what happens in the ear. There isn't any sound if there's no one to hear it.
It's a mooty point.
If there's a speed of sound and it's only what happens in the ear, well, how do you get that speed between that and your ear? Maybe by the time that tree's fallen you got there, that sound's halfway around the world and making someone else very nervous. Ah!
So, Stephen, are you sure about this?
Well, no one is sure. That is the point. That's why it's a hypothetical. No one knows. I mean, to a semanticist or a neurologist, they may say that sound is that, but to a physicist, they would say the propagation of sound waves is sound. Whether or not there is an ear to vibrate, it is a sound wave. And if it's a sound wave...
I disagree that they are sound waves, because if you go...
You may disagree, but that's... You're welcome to. But you're not...
Vibrations, but they only become a sound wave when there's an ear to receive it. It's unlike... Do you remember we talked about a thing that really astonished me? Did you know that light's invisible? It's the most extraordinary thing. If you, in a dark vacuum, if you shoot a beam of light across the eyeballs like that, you can't see it. Because you can only see what light hits. And it's the same thing, but people said, but that's a stupid answer, because the definition of light is something that goes into your eye and is then received. Until it does that, it's not light.
But we have all kinds of things like not ears, for example. Are you saying that it's not sound if it registers on a recording device that is left there without a human there? That it's bending the needle of a recording device? Does the machine not hear? Is it not a sound wave that is actually causing the machine to register?
Well, but in Bishop Berkeley... So
I talked about you, not about Bishop Berkeley entering a field. The point is, it's not as simple as just to say yes or no. That's why it's a good question. It's a good question. We would have unfairly forfeited someone who said yes just as much as somebody who said
I thought
no.
you said there was no right answer to this question.
There is no... That's why I said there is. That's why it's a good question. There is no right answer. So your yes and your no are both... That's
whatever I said, it would be...
Yeah, I'm afraid
so if the tree fell down and there was no one there to see it fall, it should still be upright.
Very true.
My only conclusion.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, Alan, are you keeping well?
Yeah. Which of these birds would you trust to take home with you? I mean, sorry, I should put that better. Which of these birds would you trust to take you home? I see you've been confusing me with your dirty talk.
So the question is a blind pigeon better than a one-eyed robin?
Yeah, or a particular one-eyed robin, because the one is a...
Vehicle reversing.
Yes, it's the pigeon.
The pigeon you trust.
Because it follows magnetic lines, it doesn't need eyes for that.
You're right. The pigeon could indeed take you home, but oddly enough, so could the robin on the right, the one whose left eye is covered. The one on the left, whose right eye is covered, couldn't navigate at all.
Because he's pissed.
No, because his right eye is covered.
Oh, right.
That's the weird thing. It's
so
a really...
the left eye is just ornamental, is it?
No, it can see with it. This really is peculiar, but we know now that they use magnetism to navigate in their long journeys. You know this by the fact that you can disorient them, that's pigeons and robins and many others, by placing magnets near them, and they suddenly no longer know where to go. But they also need to see. That's to say, they're not just sensing it. They obviously see some magnetic flux in the way that we see light, colour, whatever. But the weird thing is they discovered, and gosh knows why they tried it, but that a robin, it's only its right eye that sees the magnetism. With its left eye covered, it can find its way using magnetism, but with its right eye covered, it can't.
So like an Apache helicopter pilot, they have to have the binocular rivalry, they call it.
Yes.
So you're saying that it would be physically impossible for a pigeon, a homing pigeon, to deliver a fridge magnet?
Yes.
It's a shocker.
No wonder my business failed. Ridiculous.
You're right. It is a shocker.
What do they think? If Robin's right eye can see magnetism, and also
they think it's controlled in the left brain. Therefore.
So what's the left eye's special power?
Well, just seeing. It's just an ordinary seeing eye.
Or maybe it can see smells.
Maybe it can.
Like the sort of Bisto brown thing.
Yes.
You know, it can see deliciousness.
There's clearly more work to be done.
What would happen if you threw a hippo in the deep end of your local swimming pool? It would sink.
Yeah.
In the winters, I live in Miami, and they all look like that. But they have lipstick on, so nobody would bat an eye.
No, they wouldn't.
They walk along the bottom. That's what they do.
That's exactly what they do. What hippos don't do is swim.
No, but it's not the first thing that would happen. The first thing that would happen would you'd get your swimming card revoked.
Yes.
Would be the first thing.
But also, Ross, I think there'd be a huge sense of relief that you'd finally got rid of the hippo.
Yeah.
You'd got through the turnstiles with it, through the changing rooms, and then you think, oh, Christ, at least I've bloody done it. I've got... Oh, dear, the guy's here about this. Probably take the traffic cone off your head.
So this one would die because he's got floaties on, and actually they need...
That is a mistake.
I mean, they can float and they can drop to the bottom. But what they can't do is swim.
Is do the backstroke.
Which is
Which is why that ident on BBC One, where they're all swimming around in a circle,
is all wrong.
factually incorrect.
Exactly, where they're doing a sort of doggy paddle, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of EastEnders isn't true either.
That really shocked us. How then do they get out of a river?
A small boy in pyjamas.
That's true.
them.
No, they walk along the bottom or bounce and strike.
Oh, I know. They fill their lungs and float to the top.
Well, no,
I'm
actually,
just
they
using
just walk
logic.
to the shallow part.
Sometimes they carry a small thing of helium.
Yes,
And they put it in, and they get to the surface and then just keep going.
Well, they certainly can't use a ladder.
You said that with anger. Like, bloody hippos. Like, you've paid a few of them to do some decorating. You came back and they were just sat around smoking and you went, can't even use a bloody ladder. I'm sick of it.
The fact is, they just walk up the shallow bit to get out onto land. How many teeth does a hippo have?
A full-grown one has 40. And the reason I know that's a fact is I got asked a question by my daughter the other day. Dad, how many teeth has a hippo got? And I went, let's go over to this little bit of equipment here.
Are you sure you didn't go, well, I tell you, but I just pushed my last one into a swimming pool?
When they do that, they always have this photo with their massive mouths open, and there's two at the top and two at the bottom.
No. It said that a full-grown hippo has 40, minimum of 40.
Is that Wikipedia?
No. No, it was hippoteeth.com.
It is the oldest trick in the book.
Is it an ancient Greek book?
It's even older.
Ooh. Egyptian?
Egyptian is the right answer.
I think I might have.
You might know
Is
this?
it about a man called Dedi?
Dedi? How do you know about Dedi? You're right.
He was a man who did the first magic trick, which was, I think, a decapitation of a goose.
You're right.
And tore it off and did it to impress the king. And it's in an ancient scroll.
It
which
is?
I do know the name of. I think I do.
Yeah, go on.
The Westcar Papyrus.
The Westcar Papyrus, this man is brilliant.
I should say, you know, I have
Do they
had... Yes, they do. There is a certain
They teach
amount
this
of...
in ancient wizardry at
Yes,
Hogwarts.
they do,
don't
absolutely, yes. I mean, I don't want you to...
This is going to be a very short show.
Next question, come on. I'm not about the jokes, it's all about points for me.
It's all about points.
I
like this.
Pretty much it.
What part of pulling a goose's head off is a trick?
Well, no, sorry, yes, and then restored it.
That's the point.
And he was
Oh,
doing,
that's the
sorry,
key
yes,
bit.
that's
That's the
trick.
point. It's a
Oh, the
great...
old 2 geese in my bag trick.
He did a goose, as you rightly say, then he did a duck, and then he moved on to an ox, and he would wrench their heads off, and then they would be restored. But you may say, I want to see this trick. If this really exists, I want to see it. After 3, 2, 1, we go Accio Scott. Okay, 3, 2, 1...
Accio Scott!
Whoa! Oh, my God! I believe you can do the Dedi trick that Dan told us about.
Yes,
Would you like to do it, please, with
Well,
your...
we'll give it a go with Norman. We just give him a little bit of a...
Oh,
There we go. Just pop his head back on. There he goes.
Brilliant. Fabulous. The sensational Scott Penrose, ladies and gentlemen.
Once he'd conquered Everest, what did Edmund Hillary do for an encore?
He had a massive teeth off with Sherpa tensing. I can notice no other consequence. Although my teeth have grown. Look at my teeth. It's mine too, Edmund. Mine
Look
too.
at this. Look at this. Ready? Ready?
You do look like him.
Did he become a Welsh comedian?
No. Me or him?
Hey.
No, I do look a bit like him, actually, but you can't... There's not much you can do with it.
Not really.
You've got to do a Kiwi accent.
Yeah, I mean, I've climbed a few mountains in my time, sure I have, but it's not something I like to go on a bit. I'm struggling because...
Needs a bit of work there, right?
Oh,
sorry, I apologise.
I apologise to any New Zealanders
No,
watching.
no,
He's trying to do the fish and chips.
The Australians, they don't say Elvis, they say Ilvis.
Ilvis, yeah.
Ilvis.
Yeah. And I heard that New Zealanders are traditionally quite sort of puritanical, and it's quite hard for them even to say the word six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Oh, I can't say it. 6. There's a famous graffiti that was seen in Melbourne, which was looks like a rugby score. It's Australia 6, New Zealand 7, which, of course, they would pronounce as Australia sucks, New Zealand's hidden. You see? Isn't that clever?
It doesn't really travel, does it?
No, it doesn't. No.
I should tell you, when this photograph was taken, I'll never forget it, we'd had a wonderful day, and I'd just said a lovely joke to my good friend there next to me, and as you can see, he was pissing himself laughing.
And his name was?
His name was Bert.
His name was?
Sherpa tensing.
Sherpa tensing Norgay.
Well, yes, but to his friends.
Isn't it cheating having somebody carry your luggage for you?
No. Now, which one of them got to the peak first?
Sherpa.
Tensing.
No.
No?
Hillary.
Edmund Hillary.
Edmund Hillary got there first. And not only that...
Were they racing?
No, they're not at all. They were friends. And Tenzing Norgay wrote in his autobiography that Hillary got to the top first, and that Hillary said, no, we tell everybody we got there together. Then the King of Nepal said in a rather angry statement, everybody knows that Sherpa Tenzing got there first, and Hillary didn't say a word. He didn't correct him. He was very noble about it.
Yes.
And he actually devoted most of his life to raising money for the Nepalese people. 25 schools, his charity, and very things. So he was a very good man. But what did he do after Everest?
He went to the bottom of the sea.
No.
Did he climb something else?
No, he didn't. Well, he sort of did, because it was in the Himalayas, but he went on an expedition.
He took an incredible challenge that tested the extremes of physical endurance.
Not really. It was a bit of a wild goose chase.
Was he looking for the Yeti?
He was looking for the Yeti. He went on a Yeti hunt. He concluded that the thing didn't exist, but this is him preparing, looking slightly less like Rob in that angle.
Who does he look like there? Edmund Hillary.
Edmund Hillary, basically, yeah.
He does look awkward. He does look like, yes, I am going to marry her because I love her.
I'm standing by her.
In that picture, I look more like the chap in the drawing, actually.
Does he really think that it existed? I mean,
He wanted to settle the matter, or at least to attempt to settle the matter, and of course they didn't find that one. But one thing that they discovered, because is this footprint business, and in shadows, a fox print is small, but as it gets into a sunny area, it gets elongated as it melts along, and a human footprint can go up to 21 inches, and that seems to be an explanation for some of the footprint stories. It's simply that.
they're like the crop circles of the Himalayas, aren't
Kind
they?
of are. On the other hand, to be fair, one of the members said we were probably too noisy because they didn't see a snow leopard, and we know snow leopards do exist. So it doesn't prove that they do.
Are you suggesting only an expedition that was fantastically quiet might find it?
Well, what I'm saying... yes, basically.
Lost their mobile signal. And hello, yeah, we're nearly at the top. You're breaking, I'm sorry.
We're looking for the Yeti!
Actually, ironically, you get fantastic mobile coverage when you're up high up mountains. If you ever go on a skiing holiday, oh, good God, what's that?
An artist's impression of a thing that doesn't exist. That's what some people
Edmund
thought the
Hillary
Yeti might look like.
After looking for a Yeti for 20 years.
Some people thought that actually they were on a spying mission because two of the people that were with him were rocket experts, and that they were spying on Chinese rocket installations in Tibet. Who knows?
What we think that might still... Some people now think that may
yes,
have
they
been
still
what they
think
were
that's
doing.
actually what they were doing, yeah. So, there you are. That's basically the answer. He went to look for a Yeti after conquering Everest in 53. Eben Hillary went in search of the abominable snowman. Perhaps you can tell me which side Yorkshire was on in the Wars of the Roses.
Well, there's the White Roses, Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the counties, though, is it? It's just the royal houses.
That's the point, exactly.
Oh,
Yorkshire has no more to do with the House of York than Kent or Norfolk.
It's the Duke of York versus the Duke of Lancaster.
Yes, exactly. The point is, in fact, most people who lived in Yorkshire were Lancastrians. In fact, they favoured the Lancastrian cause.
But now,
Henry
of
VII,
course,
I mean.
people in Yorkshire very much associate with the White Rose and the Yorkists.
Well, because it's become the symbol of the county, and the cricket match between the two counties is known as the Roses match, and so on. But you're right. Talking of Yorkshire, there are other things that are called Yorkshire that aren't particularly Yorkshire. Can you think of one?
Pudding?
Yorkshire pudding is not a thing that was invented in Yorkshire, although people from Yorkshire are... Hello.
Oh, yes, this was really annoying. that Yorkshire, but that they're trying to say that, like, you can't make, champagne outside the Champagne region or Stilton outside a certain region, that you wouldn't be allowed to make something and call it Yorkshire pudding outside Yorkshire, which is basically entirely an idea cooked up entirely by people who manufacture those horrible frozen Yorkshire pudding.
You're right to be angry. Yes, it's called a protected designation of origin, a PDO. And Champagne, as you rightly say, has it. Parma ham has it. You can't call it Parma ham unless it comes from Parma.
But making Yorkshire pudding one of those things would be like making a sandwich.
Yes, I know. You had to come from Sandwich in Kent.
Yeah, you had to go to Marks and Spencer's in Sandwich for the authentic sandwich.
Yeah. But give me some other British PDO protected foods.
There's one, I think that Stilton is one.
Stilton, where must it come from?
But it can't come, for example, from Stilton.
No, that's quite right.
The town of Stilton, which the cheese is named after, the cheese is named after it because that's where the cheese was sold, not where it was manufactured. Exactly. So the designated area that you make it in with bits of Leicestershire, I don't know. Anyway, Stilton's not in it.
Mostly around the Melton Mowbray area.
What about pork pies then? Melton Mowbray pork pies?
I guess you can't call it a Melton Mowbray pork pie. I don't know if that's a PDO.
Do you know that the chairman of the Pork Pie Association is vegetarian?
I didn't know that.
Yes, I interviewed him and I said, because he brought pork pies for us to try, and I said, go on then, Tucky. And he said, oh, no, thanks very much, I'm vegetarian.
That's very peculiar.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yes, what?
He's angry now.
No, I am absolutely sure. What's this man done with his life? You can't, on the one hand, say it's wrong to eat animals and then dedicate your professional life to the marketing of ground-up pig. It's like...
You've got a point.
It's just a sort of pacifist nuclear weapons manufacturer.
But not all vegetarians are vegetarians because they don't agree with the slaughtering of animals. Some do it because they just don't like the taste.
Maybe he thought it was a job being chairman of Pork Pie Hats.
Yes. Or of lying.
Or of lying.
Yes, telling
He
porkies.
thought he's being a spy.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
I've got to tell porkies. I've got to tell pork pies.
I'm going to destroy the pork pie business from the inside.
Well, there you are. The fact is, the more Yorkshire folk supported the Lancastrians than the Yorkists. Imagine you're taking a hamster on holiday. How can you make sure it doesn't get jet lag? Yes, Ross.
Holiday in England.
Necessarily have to be in England, you just have to stay in the same time zone.
If they're in the cage and they're moving that way and the plane is moving that way, this isn't my area.
Yeah.
Doesn't it balance out in
what do you mean?
space and
The
time?
wheel is going one? No.
The wheel is going...
It doesn't quite work.
Well,
that's a nice thought.
Is there an answer to this?
There is, yeah. I mean, they have experimented on hamsters and jet lag. They've not actually...
See, look how cute.
They are
you know what I
very
mean? It's a woman. I want to nurse it.
But you pay for it and you realise it does nothing. You watch these guinea pigs in G-Force, they are like fighting, climbing, firing guns, saving people. Yeah. You go home and you see him sitting there, lazy, useless. You're just like a furry scrounger. You get out there
Can you
and
put
do
your
something.
head in a hole like that? I don't think so.
Yeah, but
and they drop pellets. They do a lot of things.
The thing is, Sean, he made that wooden thing.
I was visiting a friend's house, and on the upstairs landing, I was gone to the loo, and I came out, and it was a summer's day, and there was a big open window over the lawn, and there was a football, and I kicked the football through the window, and a child burst into tears, and it had a hamster in it. It was a hamster ball.
I've never seen such a thing. There are these balls that you put hamsters in. It was terrible. It was shocking. It was actually fine. It was a little dizzy, but it wasn't dead.
Exhilarated,
No,
I thought.
exhilarated. Again.
Someone's done it! Don't take me back in! No! Ah.
It was most unfortunate. But, yeah, they do have...
melatonin. You give it melatonin.
It's not melatonin. It is a drug, and it's a rather surprising one. It's a common drug.
Paracetamol.
Not temazepam, not paracetamol. I'm sure you haven't taken it. You're too young and virile. Viagra is the right answer. Viagra appears to recover from jet lag as long as it's eastward-bound jet lag. That's the weird thing. Jet lag's a lot worse when you're travelling east. It's a lot better when you're travelling west. So, for example, if you go to America, you recover better than when you come back home. It takes you longer to recover. Good, excellent. Yes, jet-lagged hamsters can have their symptoms alleviated by giving them Viagra. It was a really horrible way of transporting smallpox vaccine.
Was it via Marty Feldman?
God bless him, I remember that scene so well, don't you?
You mean now, when are they transporting smallpox?
No, now you would transport smallpox...
You infect an animal, and then you transport the animal,
Sheep.
and then you take...
You've got the right principle. It's actually not an animal, though.
People?
A rock. You infect a rock.
No, a human.
A volunteer prisoner.
A human child, an orphan.
An orphan?
Yeah.
Got no one to tell.
Yeah. You go back to the early 19th century, vaccination has been discovered. We know about vaccination.
Cowpox.
Cowpox, exactly. Edward Jenner discovered that if you injected people with cowpox, they would be immune to smallpox. A smallpox which killed about 60 million people in the 18th century. It was a really terrible disease. Now, in about 1803, the King of Spain, whose son had died of smallpox, thought, we want to vaccinate everybody in South America. But how do you get the vaccine in a ship for months? You haven't got ice packs. You know, it's 1803. So you round up a few orphans and you inject one orphan with the vaccine and he develops the immunity and his blood is full of the antibodies and it's all great. So you take his blood and you put it in the next one and the next one until you've got a whole colony of orphans who are not harmed because they are immune to smallpox, but it means you can use them as a kind of serum, if you like. It's kind of creepy.
They're not harmed, but they're quite a long way away from home.
Yeah, that's the one trouble, is they find themselves in the middle of the jungle. The British, I'm afraid, we did it too. We did it with low-caste Indian boys. It's a pretty squalid thing to do, but it did work. It saved hundreds of thousands of lives, but, as you say, at the expense of some rather bewildered Spanish orphans.
Yeah, but presumably they weren't brought there and then summarily killed. The minute
No,
they
not
arrived,
killed, but they
like
were just left there, presumably. I mean, they were orphans anyway, so you may say maybe they wouldn't have had that good a future in Spain in 1803. Yeah. So maybe their lives went well for them in South America. Who knows?
Too late now, anyway. Nothing we can do about it.
No, there isn't. You're right. Yeah. But we can we can think about them. We can give this little pause and
don't worry about
honour them.
Forget about it. Move on.
So, what about smallpox today? Is it a worry?
Yes.
How so?
Because it's really the orphans.
You care so
the
much
orphans
about.
of great dynasties who are coming back to attack us.
No. It came that close to being the very first disease that humankind completely got rid of, in the sense that there was not one vial or test tube left of it in the world. And then they thought again in about 2002 and said, well, maybe we don't really have the right actually to extinguish it from the face of evolution. So there is somewhere a tiny amount of it left.
Is there not a fear? Is it? I would have thought that they might keep it to develop a vaccine in the event that, I don't know, North Korea had kept hold of some smallpox.
Well, that's also possibly it. You're absolutely right. It may just be that they can't risk the possibility that somebody else has it, and that's human nature. But it's...
I'm sorry, this feels like we're in the opening scene of an apocalypse movie or something.
Yeah. Doesn't life often feel like
chatting
that?
About...
But don't worry, it's in this test tube. Nothing could...
And of course, it was so virulent in the 18th century, and people knew that it was contagious, that actually you were much more likely to get a job if you were pockmarked.
Because you'd actually had the
Because
disease.
it showed that you'd had it. So servants and things who were unblemished were unlikely to get a job because it's possible they would catch it and pass it on in the family. Anyway, smallpox vaccine was transported to the New World by successively infecting a series of small boys and then dumping them in South America when they weren't needed anymore. Queen is coming for tea. What should you do with your lavatory seat?
Cover it with money.
Wear it round your neck with pride.
No, I mean, there is a sort of rumour, a myth, an urban legend, a nonsense, a fallacy that you have to get a new lavatory seat for the Queen's visit.
Yeah, super glue it.
Put cling film over the bowl.
Why? Ow!
See if she can play. I don't know why that pleases me so much, but it really does.
There was a rumour, but it's a nonsense that, that she had to, or that she carried her own calfskin one around, calfskin lavatory seat.
Wow.
But apparently Prince Charles did have his own. We'd given one as a present, and he liked it, so he used to carry it around.
Back. You say that Charlie's got his own seat and he goes around with it?
No, he was given it as a present, and he used to take it around as a sort of joke.
As a joke?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So, I mean, the people who deal with royalty, you know, they do say, well, of course.
I know. Well,
and they would have bolted it on with a trice, wouldn't they?
They probably would.
No one would take the joke. Well, we've made 9 of them. I don't know what you do, how that works in a toilet. People powering the toilet.
Oh, hell.
Jet-powered toilets.
Yes.
Oh, no.
A royal flush.
Oh, yeah. You can be sucked out of a jet toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get wedged in it.
Yeah.
You can create a vacuum.
If you create a vacuum, then the whole plane sucks in on itself.
Yeah, like Odd Job.
Yes.
Did he get...
Well, Goldfinger himself gets
Goldfinger himself goes
yeah.
out the window, doesn't he?
He doesn't...
But not out the loo.
Yeah.
Down the loo.
No, out of a hot... Isn't it funny how you just have to press the button and then you think, oh, I'll have to press it again because it didn't... And then, whoa!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stand well back.
Yeah.
Don't leave your tie dangling over.
Yes, according to Buckingham Palace, the idea that the Queen requires a new lavatory seat is a complete myth. Though you might wonder, why did Julius Caesar wear a laurel wreath?
Was it because he was bald?
Yes, is the right answer. Absolutely right. He was very vain. According to Suetonius, his baldness was a disfigurement of which he was deeply ashamed, and so he chose the laurel wreath as one of the things he had a right to wear, and wore it all the time, which others wouldn't.
They said the laurel wreath is going to do wonders for you, Julius. What it's going to do is going to take attention away from the baldness. Now, they come in a variety of colours and styles. We're going to start you off with a very simple, traditional one.
He was also supposed to have invented the comb-over, because Suetonius also...
Invented the
yeah, he combed his hair forward. I should quote you Suetonius in translation. He used to comb forward the scanty locks from the crown of his head, and of all the honours voted for him by the Senate and people, there was none which he received or made use of more gladly than the privilege of wearing a laurel wreath at all times.
It's going to look really
must
obvious.
have looked like a 60s footballer who'd come through a hedge.
It'd be like leaving your Christmas cracker hat on all year.
What is the roundest thing in the universe? Yeah.
No, just saying.
Oh, no, Oh, not at all.
You should see it. No, the roundest thing in the universe.
Yeah.
Ball bearings.
Ball bearings are quite round, but
I swallowed a ball bearing.
The roundest... Dude, you mean smoothest, most...
Well, the most purely round, in other words. Because if you... Well...
The Earth is thingy, is it squashed? It's not round.
No, that's right, it's an oblate spheroid.
Oh, Nelly Furtado! He's got a word for everything.
Is it a liquid drop, a water drop?
They can get jolly round. They can be very round. Very nice. We're actually further out of space than Earth, beyond Earth. It's a cosmic phenomenon.
Is it a black hole?
It's that kind of a deal.
Oh, it's those space helmets, those big round helmets with the things on the top.
Is it the thing called the genius point? Is it the point at which to which everything goes to ultimately?
Not that. It's when a supernova has a gravitational collapse, it turns into something called a neutron star.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, the neutron star.
They're really round.
That's not round!
No, that's not. That's a supernova, I think. That's a supernova. Going supernova.
Then show us the round thing!
He's very upset, aren't you?
Yes!
It only has a diameter of about 15 miles or so, and there isn't one near enough for you to be able to see it with the naked eye.
Have you ever noticed how we always have to take Stephen's word for it?
But what's interesting is that if I had a thimbleful of a neutron star, it would weigh more than a mountain.
Yeah, but you don't.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, imagine how confused the old woman darning your socks would be if you had a thimble full of it. She was just trying to fix a hole, and there was all space and time coming out with a thimble. That's no way to treat the elderly.
You're right.
So you put a thimble down and no one can pick it up?
No one at all.
And when you've got a good cleaning lady, you want to hang on to them. You don't want to mess it around. I'm leaving, Mr. D. Why? Well, because of all this space business with your thimbles. I don't like it.
It might have double the mass of the sun, but it's only 15 miles across, roughly. And the highest mountain on it is weighs 5 millimetres, so it is superbly round. Superb, because as opposed to the Earth, which, although the Earth is jolly round, apart from the flat bits at the top, the point about the Earth is it's actually jolly smooth compared to, say, a billiard ball.
Smoother than a ping-pong ball, isn't
Yes, now why is that a snooker ball...
I'm sorry, I did not know there would be a follow-up question.
Yeah. Why is the Earth... If you were to scale up a snooker ball to the size of the Earth, the mountains and trenches would be hugely greater than our highest mountains or deepest trenches, i.e. the little pits that you can see when you examine a snooker ball closely, if scaled up to the size of the Earth, would be gigantic. So the Earth, in that sense, is smoother. What are the advantages and disadvantages of guide horses for the blind?
Well, I'm going to say the obvious one is the fact that it could give you a lift. If you've got a guide dog, you have to walk with it. If you've got a guide horse, you'd be crazy not to climb on, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You are aware they exist, though. Did you know that?
I wasn't aware they existed.
I wasn't
imagine
aware.
it.
It's a nice surprise. You didn't know? No. They use these miniature horses as guide horses.
But hang on, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Other
Does a blind
horse-
person walking a Shetland pony?
It's smaller even than a Shetland pony.
Oh, okay, and even smaller. But is the blind person must be aware of the people whispering, "Oh God, somebody's nicked their dog."
You can see how small they are.
Oh, well, it's a falabella then. It's even smaller.
Exactly. It's
tiny
very,
one.
very small. And
Toy.
there are many bigger dogs than that.
Mm.
Anyway, what are the advantages of a horse rather than a dog?
Well, the poo's much nicer, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's nicer.
it's cooler, you know.
It's cooler.
It's cooler, you know. You got a falabella pony, for God's sake. You got a tiny miniature pony.
Well, it looks hard. doesn't
Bragging
it,
rights.
It could carry us shopping on its back.
Yeah, shopping on its back is
Carry it or pull a little trolley as well. They're quite good at hardy pulling
Some
animals.
people, not many, are allergic to dogs. I would say more people are allergic to horses,
I would have
but
thought
probably if you're allergic to dogs, you may not be allergic to horses.
It might not go and shag the leg of every passerby.
Very helpful.
If it does, though, it'd be more of a problem.
They do have very good memories as well, horses.
Do they?
Yeah, they do. Very good memories. It's usually it's a panicky memory, connected with something that was genuinely painful or distressing for them, and they never forget it. It can be the smallest little...
So they would remember the way to the shops if they're particularly frightened by the way to the shops some time ago, and you could just go,
That would be a
and the horse would immediately go to the shops.
That would indeed be a disadvantage. They're flight animals rather than pack animals,
Yeah,
and so they can spook. Another advantage, and it's a big one, is simply the relationship that you have with your animal is longer.
Because they live, what, 30 years or something?
20 or 30 years, as opposed to a dog, 8 to 12 years. So that's a very, very strong advantage. Another one is simply their stamina is greater than dogs, of course.
But can you house train a horse like a dog?
Oddly enough, you can. I mean, not as well as a dog, it must be said,
Occasional
but
accident.
pretty well. The disadvantages in restaurants tend to have a policy of no horses, or at least don't have a positive yes to horses policy. And also the other disadvantage, if you go into a bar or somewhere where a dog is welcome, the dog can curl up and go to sleep. Or go under the table. You won't get a horse.
Setting up other horses.
I just got to do the black now.
Okay.
You go home, I'm going to stay.
That would happen, I feel. They're slightly less able to blend into the background, shall we say. How does it work when a blind person with a guide dog wants to cross the road? Does the dog say when it's clear, as it were, and make the decision to cross the road?
I hope so.
You hope so. Well, oddly enough, it doesn't. It's the blind person who makes the decision.
And the dog keeps stopping him.
The dog has the ability, it's trained what's called selective disobedience or intelligent disobedience. The dog will overrule if it must, but otherwise it's up to the master or mistress, as it were, to initiate it. And it's all done through the feeling of the harness. So when the dog gets to the other end, it puts its paws up on the curb, which alters the angle of the harness. And these blank £2 coins. Just try and draw the Queen's head as she is on the coin.
The Queen's head on the...
Yeah.
OK.
Is she wearing a crown? Is she, you know, just but an outline. We want...
Which way does she look? No one knows.
No, don't ask for help. Alan Davis, I'm going to take points away if you cheat.
How do you think I got through school? How do you ask for help?
Is everyone done?
Yes.
Okay.
She looks like Lenny Henry of mine, unfortunately.
Well, that's all right.
OK, done.
OK, when Alan's done... OK, all you all hold
I like
them up.
it.
Mine
There we
looks
are,
like a
there we are.
triceratops.
And let's have a look at yours. There. And you're extraordinary. The point is, you've all, especially Bill somehow, you've all made the fundamental error that everybody makes in thinking she faces left. She faces right. You've done that.
You said left.
Yeah, because most people think that.
Sorry, it's too late now.
88% of people think the Queen faces left on her coins.
88%.
On every coin that ever was stamped since she was Queen, it's always faced the right.
Never
always.
for help.
Do they take it in turns? So
Yes,
did
they
her
take-
father
they
face the other
alternate.
way?
Yes.
And Prince Charles,
Yes,
should he be
Straight
spared?
on. He's full on with the ears like
they
that.
alternate. They've alternated since Charles II.
But does she not face the other way on the paper money?
No, on the stamp.
On the stamp.
And that's,
right.
that's it's one theory. One theory as to why 88% of people seem to think she faces left is because she does on the definitive edition of the stamps, which we can see here. We're all familiar with that image. But on the other hand, that's true in Denmark. Queen Margrethe, they also think she faces left, but on the stamp she looks out. And on the coin, she looks to the right.
Wow.
But if you ask a Dane which way she faces on their coins, they will say, as most of us would, left. It's something to do probably with right-handedness. We just picture a profile that way. It's really strange, but because we handle these things every day, unless you're Giles, when you have someone to do it for you. But it's bizarre that we just don't notice, isn't it?
So that's all coins?
All coins with the Queen's head on.
And how long has that been?
Since the beginning of
time?
the throne. No, it alternates between monarchs. So her father faced left.
Oh, I see.
And his father, George V, not counting because the abdication was a wrinkle, but George VI.
So if you could get all the coins of all monarchs together, or alternating monarchs, and just you could flick through them, they'd be doing...
It would, it would be like a tennis match. How many real friends do you have?
Just one, James Taylor.
What a friend you have in him. Yeah.
I've
Moving
got to
on.
4.
4 friends you've counted, have you?
Well, actually, I'm not sure about him. Because he once spiked my drinks and stole my trousers when I was...
No, you can definitely cross him out.
He's coming off the list, yeah.
Which did you do first?
Drinks first, Phil.
I don't know, maybe he's agile. Good friend. You
yeah.
say that a friend will help you, a friend will come over to your house and help you move, and a good friend will help you move a body.
That's good.
I have 2 good friends.
Oh, Rich! Oh, that's disturbing. There is this thing called a Dunbar number. Does that mean anything to you?
Yeah, it's about 100 and something.
You're right. There was a
120
professor
or
of
something.
evolutionary anthropology at Oxford University called Dunbar who calculated, if the calculation is the right word, that we can't have more than 150 friends. And obviously, some of us have a very high doctrine of friends.
150?
Yeah. He defines it this way.
I don't even know 150 people.
It's a network. It's a network.
I was going to say 5.
Right, well, I know what you mean. But he defines this friendly network as containing the people you wouldn't feel embarrassed to join at the bar in the transit lounge of Hong Kong Airport at 3 a.m.
Oh, no, thousands of them.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been embarrassed to join anyone at a bar in my life.
No. It's a peculiar definition.
That is, yeah.
It's an odd one. But on the other hand,
Is
the
there something
number...
about this particular transit lounge?
I don't know. But 150 does turn out to be quite a special number amongst peoples and groups. It's the average size of traditional hunter-gatherer communities, small religious groups such as the Amish, and the average English village size at the time of the Doomsday Book. It also occurs all over the modern world. It's the number of Christmas cards the average person sends, apparently. 130? 150. The size of a company in all modern armies is 150, as opposed to battalion or platoon. And it's also close to the average number of friends people have on Facebook, which is 130-odd. So it is strangely It seems to be the number beyond which it's too many, and any less than that is a closer friend. But it's also, when we say friend, we mean someone, as you say,
We
someone
like.
who'll bury a body for you. Yeah. Facebook. Are you all on Facebook? No?
I
You're
don't,
not?
I
You
don't
are?
really go on the computer.
I read a prediction the other day that said that at the current rate, in 10 years' time, 1 in 3 marriages in America will be people who met online. It's already 1 in 8. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Is that bad?
Yeah, well, you just fill out a lot of forms, don't you? Here's everything I like.
Oh,
Wanna
no,
meet
no, they
someone
don't
who-
necessarily meet on dating sites. Well,
Oh.
some of them will be, I agree. But
How else do you meet if you're not on a dating site, though?
Join a group.
You join a group.
Yeah, join a
Chat.
Facebook group with like-minded people.
Oh, right.
They send you witty remarks.
And which are the most
eventually, you send them a photograph of your genitals.
Yes. You know. Whoa. Well, Alan, that's the most popular so far, the genitals.
The genitals.
Of the genitals.
So it's just like a normal courtship then, but
yeah,
done digitally.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel quite bad, you know, for the Amish in this situation because, you know, they're not going to meet people on Facebook, are they? Unless we create an Amish Facebook where you just write everything you know about yourself on a sheet of paper and put it in a barrel in the middle of the village. People can just dip in and out of, you know.
It's true, because they don't have electricity.
Raise the barn today, lol.
Regularly smuggled into the USA from Canada for the traditional Burns Night celebrations.
Oh, what do they have at Burns Night celebrations? Haggises?
Is the right answer.
Thank you.
We thought you might be tempted to say whiskey, but this is from 1989 up until 2010. Haggises were smuggled from Canada into America. Why might this be?
Because the Americans don't approve of inedible food coming.
Delish.
Well, why I can't say.
It's one element
Is there a bit of
inside
it?
the haggis that was contraband. There it is. What's the outer casing?
Stomach.
A sheep's stomach. And inside is...
It's called pluck. Pluck is the correct word for the bits of the heart. Is it heart, liver, and
Offal, certainly, bits of that, but one particular... Lungs, which is known as, in the butcher's trade, as the lights, which are... And those were outlawed in America because of BSE and, indeed, their own problems.
yes.
You couldn't eat them. And so there was a trade in smuggled Canadian haggis. What do we know about the haggis? Which nation invented the haggis?
I wonder if we're not responsible.
Do you think it might be Danes?
It might be.
Well, actually, the first reference to it in the British Isles is actually in Lancashire. But there are lots of theories about where the haggis might come.
Offal comes from Danish. It is from the Danish word for rubbish. Affal is...
really?
yeah, so there must be some hideous Scandinavian connection.
Well, there are some who think that it was Vikings who brought it over to Britain.
But it comes from Lancashire, does it?
Well, that's the first reference to it, yeah.
Do you know the Burns address to the haggis?
Yes, it's a poem.
It's a poem which on Burns night, at a Burns supper, somebody would address it, and it comes in, that's obviously been cut open, as you can see,
Yeah.
but before it's cut, someone addresses it, and it starts with, "Fair fa your honest sonsy face, great chieftain of the Puddin race, aboon them all you take your place, pains triper therm, wheeler you wordy o' grace as lang's my erm." And a pal of mine was saying... Thank you. That's it. But... and then it is being typed in. But somebody I know was doing a Burns supper abroad, and they had sent the address over to Germany, and it was translated into German, but the German translated it back, and the line, instead of great chieftain of the Puddin race, was translated back as mighty Führer of the sausage people.
That should stay. It's a lot better than Great Chieftain of the Pudding Race. Mighty Führer of the Sausage People. What is the date of Burns Night?
January 25th.
Yes, it's his birthday. I love the way you get all your celebrations in one corner of the year, so that being Scottish, you have, like, Christmas, craziness, and then Hogmanay, insanity, Burns Night 3 weeks later, and then for the rest of the year, nothing. Just a long hangover. Abstinence, dourness. But there is no poet, really, that has the same level of affection in the English culture. We obviously venerate Shakespeare in different ways, and some people resent him because they're of school, but there's a deep level of love for Burns, is there not?
Absolutely. I mean, he was a great man and very forward-thinking. He was completely and utterly anti-slave trade.
Yes.
So much so that if you go to the Burns Museum, there's a photograph of Muhammad Ali, who came over to Scotland and came up and visited it because he was a student of Burns because of the humanitarian work that he had done, you know,
And he was
150
fond of
years
a
ago. Yeah, and he loves haggis.
I remember...
I love all you sausage people, he used to say.
How would you collect the snot from a sneezing humpback?
Is mucus our word of the day?
No. It's
They
just
sneeze
linked.
through their blowhole.
They don't sneeze, actually. They can't sneeze. But they breathe out. It's actually, when you see a humpback
So
whale
where's the snot come from?
breathing out, it is breath. It contains mucus.
So who collects
a
it?
sneeze. Well, they're a scientist interested in monitoring the health of a humpback. Why is it important to see whether humpbacks have got colds or flu?
Because a sick one, you can push it towards the Japanese.
no, because...
No, because then they go, oh, we'll have that one knock off early.
No, because like birds, like pigs, they get flu that jumps species to man. And if that flu jumps to us, which is possible...
That'd be a nightmare, because...
It's a whole new genetic code for us to...
Well, not just that. Think of the waiting room at the doctor's. You'd be squashed against the wall like that, and he'd be there.
When you get bird flu, you don't get all small and grow wings. It's not... To get a flu is not the same as to turn into the animal.
No, but what I'm saying is, if that humpback whale has got the flu and he's taking up all the chairs...
Oh, is he right?
All the pensioners and me are pressed against the wall...
Well, we're going to have to encourage the whales to ring NHS Direct and not...
Yes, that's right.
The only trouble with that is NHS Direct pick up the phone and they think it's a fax machine. It's true. Wrong number again, and he's there just going, I'm really ill, and they won't let me come down the doctors because they take up too much room. And I keep knocking the posters off the wall with me barnacle arse.
If I can just guide you away for a moment towards the snot, how do you collect it?
With a bag over its head, like an ordinary bag from Greggs or any...
It's quite...
In fact, it has to be
You put
from
pepper
Greggs.
in it.
It has to be.
You put pepper in the hole.
It started... Aceveda Whitehouse, her name was, Karina Aceveda Whitehouse, who was a researcher who's very much a specialist. And she used to have a petri dish on the end of a long stick and try and get it through the plume, but it's just too difficult. There's too much turbulent water. She couldn't get
She
collections.
swims next to it and waits for it to sneeze?
That's what she originally did, but what does she do now? She's got a really good system.
Big condom over the top of the hole.
A remote control toy helicopter that flies there.
Oh, my God.
There it is, collecting. Isn't that perfect?
Collecting it.
I mean, if you're going to be a scientist specialising in collecting snot, at least...
Has she come up with anything? I mean, you know, now that she has the collection...
Good data on the transmission of flu between humpback whales, which is jolly difficult because they travel more than any other, 5,000 miles a year, routinely.
Trying to get away from the remote control.
Yeah, probably.
Terrifying.
I wouldn't
to a certain...
I wouldn't fancy being the bloke that works in her local toy shop either. Oh, it's broken again, is it? Yeah, I've got all mucus in there.
So, people who do research into whale flu collect snot using remote-controlled toy helicopters. Why are there so many lavatories in the Pentagon?
One each.
One each. Do you know how many people work in the Pentagon?
Thousands.
23,000. Whoa! There aren't 23,000 lavatories, so... No, I'm afraid it's a really ghastly reason. Where is it?
Virginia.
Virginia. Virginia was a southern state, and it had laws. And those laws...
racial segregation.
Segregation. It was a law that you had to have one lavatory for white people and one for black people. So there were double the number. I'm afraid it's true. It's a horrible truth. It shouldn't have happened because it was built in the 40s under the presidency of FDR, who had specifically outlawed racial segregation in federal, because he couldn't legislate for the states, but he could at least say that no federal building. And so when he arrived for his first inspection, was told that he was furious that there were all these lavatories.
Well, it's not very PC, that's true, but have you ever been for a queue in the ladies' loo?
So it's nice for you that there are so many...
Yes, in a way.
You
but
racist.
No. They didn't actually go through with it. I mean, although they built them all for that reason, they were
banned from using it, and they were never racially...
And look at all the tennis courts they've got as well.
Well, it's vast. That centre bit alone, just to give you a sense of the scale, is 5 acres. Just the middle bit. 17.5 miles of corridor, and these 284 lavatories. 6 separate zip codes. Just the Pentagon. But, apparently, it takes only 7 minutes to walk from one place to another.
Only one cleaner they have.
Yes, poor darling. Who succeeded Harold as King of England in 1066?
Is there a trick to it?
No, it's just you need to name the person who succeeded Harold as king in 1066.
Well, was it the
Don't
bastard?
trust him.
The trick is to know. The trick is to know the answer.
I don't trust you at all.
Is it the bastard then?
Who's the bastard? Oh dear. Oh, it was not a trick.
Did England cease to exist in some way, or was it changed in name?
There was another Saxon claimant who was nominally king for 45 seconds or something.
Well, for a few months.
Right.
Yes, yes. Edgar Atheling. And he was 15 years old. But Saxon kings were... How did you become a king if you were Saxon?
Did you have to be sort of
You had to be
nominated?
from one of the 5 or 6 families, and then you'd be elected. Yeah.
It's like the
By what? By votes? They
Yes.
would vote for you?
Yes. Edgar the Atheling. He was 15 years old, but of course William had won the battle, and so he came after him, and he tried to fight. He couldn't raise an army. He went abroad. You know, didn't really live
Well,
a
he's
very
15,
successful life.
so he wouldn't have been able to do anything, would he, really?
Edgar the Atheling was proclaimed king by the English after the death of Harold and reigned for 2 months before William was crowned.
Which of these men here, the 2 men you see, well, 3 in fact, which one just held up a stagecoach, used bad language in front of a lady, drinks whiskey, and chases people from right to left?
The one with the black hat.
Is the right answer. So what is the history of this? Why do you think?
I don't know. Just is that it then? Black hats for bad guys
Yeah.
and white hats for good guys.
And unshaven, and there's even a direction they cross the
I
street.
just remember being a kid, and every Saturday night, usually there'd be a Western on BBC.
Yeah.
And my dad would helpfully point out, that's the bad guy. The one who's going...
In the 50s, it was 8 out of 10 of the top 10 programmes on prime time national American television were Westerns. The only 2 that weren't were comedies. It's just extraordinary.
It carried
It
on. We
ruled.
grew up with Alias Smith and Jones and Champion the Wonder Horse.
Yes. It was a bit of a letdown, Champion the Wonder Horse, because it was a great title sequence.
Champion the Wonder Horse.
Whee! That's kind of all he did, really.
In the end, you know, he's a horse.
If it cut to Champion bringing a blind person shopping, that was a significantly better show than what he did.
He never used it in much more than knock a door down by kicking it. That was sort of his.
That was kind of his thing,
shtick.
like.
Had they known, they'd just put one of these on his top lip and he's useless. Come on, Champion! Oh, no.
But it's really practical, partly because you've got a small black and white television in those days, with not necessarily the high res that we expect in our digital age. And so you can just see the black hat and the white hat, and you know who's... And there are lots of chases, who's riding after whom. You instantly know which is the goodie and the baddie. And also, the right-to-left business is quite crucial, that the baddie goes this way, which in screen terms is... right to left, right, and the goodie goes left to right, which means his gun is favoured, is facing the camera. Well, this is useless for anybody under the age of 50 who has no idea what we're talking about. Peculiar, elderly nostalgia show on
Why
Westerns.
don't any of these surely have all the plethora of channels? There could just be one Western channel just with these old programmes going on all day.
That's true.
Casey Jones I'd like to have on, Champion the Wonder Horse, Alias Smith and Jones. Just on a...
You could just call it... Be a channel called Alan.
Alan. There's Dave. Why not Alan?
It's perfect.
That's a much better channel.
Just all the things that you like.
And it wouldn't have bloody QI on all
Yeah.
Horse operas, they're sometimes called, aren't they, Westerns? But do you know what insiders call them in Hollywood?
No.
Oters.
Oats.
Oters, as in horses eating oats, I guess. They're known as oters. Yeah. So, yes, horse operas come and go. They may be simple, but at least you know where you stand. Who might use a left-handed motorbike?
Oh. Funny outfit I've got on.
Yeah, do you remember wearing that?
No.
No.
I remember that motorbike ride, though. It was exhilarating.
Is it one-armed men?
No. I mean, I guess they would have a use for it. But there was a real market for
By
left-handed.
which you mean throttle on the left?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Was it something to do with needing your right hand free for holding a gun, or?
Yes.
I don't know. Guess.
Spot on. Holding a gun.
Yeah.
Like,
Where can I get one of these motorbikes?
they turned the company that made them, the Indian Motorcycle Company, Motocycle, in fact, they call themselves. There they are, the Indians. It's an American motorcycle company. Between the wars, they were the largest motorcycle company in the world. And part of it was because they sold so many of these left-handed bikes to...
Cowboys. To cowboys? Was
the
it?
police.
Oh, the police.
Police all over America. So the police could drive and accelerate and decelerate and kill people with guns at the same time.
Why didn't they just fix a bayonet on the front?
That would be...
In fact, I'm thinking of getting one of those for my motorbikes for cyclists.
Really?
Yeah.
A bayonet?
Not to stab them or anything, just to get cheeky. Just a cheeky little...
It doesn't need to be a bayonet, then.
Well, if you can use a bayonet, then use a bayonet.
I mean,
That's what I think.
It could be something else, like a
broom handle.
Cucumber or something. Yeah, you don't need a right... If you've just got a bloke in your sidecar with a Tommy gun, you're fine.
I know, unfortunately, that was the only photograph we could find. I've got some left-handed things here, some of which you can see the point of. This is a left-handed sort of biro or pen. It's a rather peculiar it's a shape, though.
It makes me feel slightly sick looking at it.
It's strange. I think the idea is you don't...
But don't
so
they
you
say
don't
that,
smudge.
Like, left-handed people are, like, naturally evil. That's what they say, isn't it? That's a well-known fact. Those pens... all they write just like, I will kill again, I will kill again. That's all you can write with it.
Possessed pen, the left-handed pen, is it?
It's really hard to write with.
This is a left-handed... Do you want to try that? Try it with your right hand.
It's just going to drive me crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if any left-handed people in the audience have ever found that pencil sharpeners are a real bore for in a right-handed world.
That has already annoyed me.
Well, that's how a left-handed person would feel.
Last thing you want to do.
With ours, then.
Well, they should have just adapted when they were younger. What's wrong with having a stutter?
It's not a condition, being left-handed. It's
You
not
really
an illness.
Well, you say that.
No, left-handed scissors, of course, are quite well known.
Oh, don't give a left-hander scissors. They'll stab you in the face. Stab you in the face as soon as look at you.
It's where the word sinister comes from, isn't it? Isn't that right?
Sinister, indeed, is the Latin for left, yeah. If you're ambisinistrous, what does that mean?
Left-handed and left-footed.
It kind of means you're crap with both hands. Ambidextrous is you're good with both hands. Ambisinistrous are people just can't write with either hand. But this will annoy you then. A left-handed can opener. There you see.
No.
But then just assume that all left-handed people are just as annoyed by right-handed things.
But just
they're a minority,
assume-
so they should be punished.
At least they're warned, you see. One of those could turn up in your kitchen with no warning. Yeah, you would turn up in the morning. You
The only thing that could annoy Jack more now is if he opens that can and it's all left-handed peaches.
Just imagine. Well, thank you. You can give them back there, because I can see they've upset you.
There is a left-handed shop where you can buy all these things, and my sister is left-handed, and I actually thought one Christmas I will buy her something, you know, there'll be a thoughtful thing. And there's a shot, goes straight, bang, right into it, and of course the door opened on the other side.
1 million British horses were sent to the First World War front. What happened to the ones that survived?
They settled in the south of France, that opened a caravan park.
Of course, they couldn't learn the language, ended up moving back.
Ah, well, that's what they didn't do, is move back.
Did the French eat them?
Well, lots of people ate them. Probably they were turned into food or they were rendered into products. Yeah, the point is, 1 million horses is a heck of a lot, but almost none made it back home. They thought...
some did, because in War Horse he did.
Yes.
He came back.
He did come back. 1 million horses went to the First World War?
From Britain, yeah.
That's extraordinary. I mean, if you think about just the logistics of getting 1 million horses across the Channel, I mean, they're not all David Williams.
No, exactly. According to Michael Morpurgo, who wrote that book, War Horse, you just mentioned, 8 to 10 million horses died in the First World War. And they didn't have a nice time of it, even if they did survive, because they thought they'd be diseased when they came back as well, so they just didn't want them. So it was a very sad chapter in our story.
Yeah.
It's a bummer, isn't it? I've silenced you.
It's like when they play the Black Beauty music, I just start crying. Well, you know the bit where Ginger dies? It's really, really sad.
You know why they call him Ginger?
So I would have that music at my funeral, definitely. Black Beauty music.
It's a deal.
You.
I'll arrange it.
It's a deal with you.
Thanks.
We'll make sure it happens.
Good. Yeah, how fast is that coffin going to be moving? Quite a lick by the sound of it.
One of the most popular ones to have now with the coffin going on is the countdown theme. Like that.
It is bizarre the way people go crazy for horses, though. I remember being, like, in primary school. It was the first time I saw anyone... And it did a really weird thing. It really stuck in my head. And there was a little girl in our primary school class. We were, like, 6 years old. And she was just in floods of tears. Just crying, bawling her eyes out. And we kind of went, what's the matter? And she went, I just love horses so much.
Oh, is that how you were?
I don't see why that's strange. To write one of those, you know, they sometimes ask you to write things for, you know, your first love. Genuinely, my first love was Frank, and he was a pony. Who wasn't very handsome. He had brown ears and a spotty neck and a really bad sweet itch, so his mane just kind of stood up in sections. And my mother always said, if you could love Frank, then everything in the world would always be beautiful, because you thought he was beautiful. And I did.
Oh, that's so touching.
He was lovely. He understood me.
There's a whole...
He did understand me.
Why little girls rather than little boys don't care about ponies? I know families who move because the girl, you know, for the sake of, you know, having more space so that maybe they can get a horse.
Well, we were emotionally mature a little earlier.
Yeah.
Or 50 years earlier.
I would never move for a child's hobby. You know, I can see it like child go, but I love ponies. Yeah, well, I like this house, my own house. But you pay for the mortgage, you can stick a pony in every room, right?
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
All right, what are you asking?
Not your dad, all right?
All right. Thank you. So, yes, the fact is very few horses sadly made it home from the front. If they weren't killed in action, they were likely to be fed to prisoners or turned into fertilizer. What animals did the Carthaginian general Hannibal use to defeat King Eumenes of Pergamon in 184 BC?
Elephant.
No. He used to defeat who? King Eumenes of Pergamon.
Right. Him.
Him, there he is.
Is he defeated?
Horses,
Not
tigers,
horses.
lions, leopards, mice.
Bacteria.
Snakes.
Snakes.
Put lots of snakes
Not
in earthenware
really.
jars.
I don't think of that as an animal, really.
Well, put them in earthenware pots, threw them at the enemy onto their ships.
Really?
Yeah.
What a great idea.
Snakes on a plane. They're almost the first example of it. How did Snakes on a Plane come about? Do you know?
Snakes on a plane?
Yes, the film.
People had more money than sense and...
Maybe. No, supposedly it was a group of scriptwriters sitting around trying to think up the stupidest names,
Really?
like a pub game, and someone said, Snakes on a Plane, and they said, you know, that's so crap, it's good.
It would be scary to be on a plane with lots of snakes, though. I mean...
Yes, it would,
I like the film.
Is
It's
it
quite
good?
scary.
The key would be whether the mechanism, the plot that leads to the snakes being on the plane is believable or not.
Well, they get out of a thing in a hole.
Oh, well, that sounds all right to me.
Yes.
And they're snakes, so they can get through tiny
They come up
gaps.
the loo.
Whoa!
Might well do.
Ooh, anyway, yes. Hannibal defeated the Pergamese by bombing them with pots full of snakes.